very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where by the end of play this evening, the final spot through to Champions Week in Series 5 is going to be sealed. 6 players left in the running for that red letter day come Monday morning. And boy, do we have a fast and ferocious night's worth of action for you. Watching it is going to be Laura Turner and Glenn Dowen, two people that know all about these big occasions and big finals. And it has to be said, we have seen quite the week. We've seen perhaps a little bit of everything in terms of the pool of players that we've had. Yeah,
it's been a really mixed bag. It's been, we've seen some highs, we've seen some lows, but overall I think the standard's been outstanding, and I defy anyone to pick one of the winners from the players tonight.
How would you assess the week overall, Glenn?
Yeah, a very consistent performance in Group A from David Evans. I thought he was superb, and he just really done what he had to do. I thought Group C was lacked a little bit of quality at times, but then Justin Hood and Reece Colley then came to the fore, and I just thought we've seen some brilliance in Group B as well, which we expected, and it really did deliver. And yeah, 3 fantastic players, and like Laura alluded to, they're 6 brilliant players. Tough to choose a winner from there.
Well, let's break down the week chronologically and begin with Group A. Glenn, you were in commentary with Scott Mitchell for this group, and it was David Evans who pretty much broke every single record in sight. He equalled the record for the most points, equalled the record in terms of legs difference.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the middle, third and fourth there, the 2 real headline acts, Fallon Sherrick. For me, I spoke to her last night. I thought she lacked a little bit of motivation in Group A. Martin Adams started a little bit slowly, but David Evans was super consistent. And a guy that's in the audience tonight, fair play to him, Stefan Schroeder, had a really brilliant Group A campaign as well, and it was good to see. But it was all about this man. His finishing was good. He really missed that one special performance, but his finishing was delight. This was my favourite of the lot. It's what I call the champagne shot. 2 bullseyes, the double 16, clean as a whistle. And I say he's a really good guy, and maybe something like winning the MODUS Super Series could really kickstart his career.
We saw him do really well when this tournament was a from-home concept during lockdown. Then he went on and won his tour card at the beginning of 2021. Perhaps didn't quite happen for him on the Pro Tour. He's come back into this competition, and maybe finally he's feeling at home here.
Yeah, absolutely, and he definitely showed it, didn't he? He's, like you say, equalled the record there. And as Glenn said, it was very consistent, and that's what he needed to do. I spoke to him earlier, and he said the same thing. He knows that he's been very consistent, had some good performances, had a couple that you probably wouldn't want to, bring back tonight, but he's got levels as well that we have seen, and I think looking at the rest of the field, maybe just needs to up it slightly, but we know Dave can.
So that was Group A. Then the players were divvied up into separate groups. Group B and Group C was the action on Thursday and Friday. We'll begin with Group B. That was the exhilarating group that we saw come to a culmination last night. And we're going to begin by talking about the player in second place, Steve West, because he was in a knockout match effectively against Fallon Sherrick. Winner stays in, the loser goes home. And when it mattered, he held his nerve.
Yeah, he really did. And we said it in commentary yesterday that whoever didn't make it through that group is going to feel hard done by, because it was just so tight, so competitive. I mean, from our point of view, it was very exciting. It came right down to the very last match. And, I felt, commiserations to Fallon, because she did perform very well. But Steve really did just find that extra gear and just made sure he was here tonight.
How important was that power scoring from Steve in particular yesterday?
Yeah, and the thing about Steve West, he was a little bit disappointed with his performance. I've spoken to him tonight, and I felt like I'd give him a little bit of a telling off, but he's got this remarkable knack of hitting lots and lots of 180s. He's broken the record so many times. He doesn't feel like he's playing great at the moment, but he feels like when you get to an occasion like this in this brilliant crowd that's here tonight, that maybe he can find the types of scoring like you're seeing on your screen there. He's a big 180 hitter.
Indeed he is, and well, the record just goes on, it goes on, but it's the finishing that he's going to have to improve upon tonight, Laura.
Yeah, he did afford too many people too many opportunities, and that's why he probably found himself in that predicament in that very last match shootout. But we know he can. He's a proven winner here, not just once, but twice, and he's going to want to be in Champions Week. But yeah, again, very tough group to get through once again.
Robert Thornton was the winner of the group, and he had that real bit between his teeth last night.
Yeah, it wasn't going so well on day one, that's for sure. And look, me and you had discussions whether or not he was going to qualify at one point. But in the final game against Fallon, he had a 98 average, and from then he really did kick on. And arguably, he was the best player in the group for the remaining part of that. So a ropey start and a real sensational finish. He's still full of tenacity. He's still highly motivated. His finishing was sublime at times. And when double top goes, he usually goes on and wins things. And, you know, you forget about how good Robert Thornton is, but the passion's there. He'll take some beating tonight.
It was interesting that Robert was saying up on the balcony last night that actually in practice things weren't quite going, but when he stepped on the stage, he felt settled.
Yeah, but that's it. That is Robert, isn't it? He is just so fiercely competitive. And when you get up on this stage, he knows he wants to make it. He's never not made it to finals night. It's such an amazing achievement. We won't talk about perhaps what happens on finals night because that hasn't gone quite so well. But I think he gets up here, the adrenaline kicks in, and that's the product of it.
So that was Group B. We'll talk about Danny Lauby, the other player who qualified through a little bit later on. But Group C was our focus on Thursday and Friday afternoon. It was Justin Hood that made his way through. 9 wins, 1 defeat, and it felt like he was at times a class above.
Yeah, like I said, and for a long point there, Henry, it was 3 players looking for 2 spots. I mean, it was an intriguing competition. But for me, when Justin Hood needed to, he did. He's just so relaxed. He maybe needs this crowd tonight, but he's a real dynamite of a player. I was super impressed. He's got that real balance of big scoring, good finishing, under pressure as well. He'll often go under the radar, but this was a beautiful finish. 2 treble 19s and the double top. And when he just looks so relaxed, there'll be no reaction from him. That's a good thing. But he openly admits he feeds off a crowd as well. It could be really intriguing and one to watch out for tonight.
And as far as Reece Colley's concerned, we see Justin Hood here get the better of Mario Robb by 4 legs to 2. There's a lot going on as far as he's concerned. Obviously, off the hockey, his missus is expecting a child any point now. When you're in a situation like that, do nights like this become a little bit of a free hit, or does it give you that extra little bit of determination?
Yeah, I think for any player that makes it here, they're going to be determined. They fought very, very hard. And especially in that Group C, where you've got 6 players, but only 2 can go through, I think every player is going to come up here with that, you know, that determination. And I spoke to Reece earlier, and he said, you know, his girlfriend's here with him for support, which is fantastic for him as well. So, yeah, I think, yeah, it can play on your mind, of course. I think things outside can do that. But he's got one night, needs to concentrate and just get the job done.
So that is how we got to this point. So these are the 6 players that are going to make their way into tonight's finale here at the Live Lounge. In ports of 1 of David Evans, Robert Thornton, Steve West, Danny Lauby, Justin Hood and Reece Colley is going to book the final spot into Champions Week. Let's talk about Danny Lauby then, because he lost his first game last night, Glenn, and it could have been so easy for his night to unravel. But how much did the last 3 games talk about his composure, talk about the mental side of his game?
Yeah, he likened it to Rocky, and what he means by that is sometimes you can stand on this stage and you're not providing your best art, you're not showing what you can do, and sometimes you need that punch on your nose to just really wake you up, and I think that's what he meant by that. The thing with Dan Lauby, has these flashes of absolute brilliance, and if he's then going to go to the next level in his career, that's just got to be a little bit longer. There's moments, but this type of format tonight where it feels more like a knockout could really suit Dan Lauby. Again, another one who's right in the mix. And he's got experience, hasn't he, of this as well, winning a week.
Yep. Form here, you know, he's a previous winner. He knows what it takes. He knows, you know, what it feels like to actually to make it to finals night, because it is so different to the group stages. As Glenn was saying, this is so much more cutthroat. Yes, we do have a small group phase, but you need to get out very quickly. You know, if you lose that first game, okay, it's not over, but it is very, very difficult. And then you rely on other people. You don't want to be in that situation. So, yeah, for Dan, I just think needs to come out faster. He can't afford really to get that punch on the nose, so to speak, because if he does wait for it, then he's not got much time left.
And he's in a tough group tonight. This is how it all breaks down, all told, because he's in a group with Justin Hood and Robert Thornton. Some may argue that the favourite for the night is in that group too, or the possible winner for tonight is in group 2. Yeah, I mean, a positive person would say, well, I would rather be in a strong group because it would mean that my semi-final would be a little bit more easier. So, but it does look stacked. But you've got 6 fantastic players, and 6 players you could have a real story that they can go on and win it there. Like I said, are we going to see Robert Thornton win for the first time on a Saturday night? Is Steve West going to provide? There's just so many questions that need answering. It's just one of those nights that we're super excited to commentate on. Does Steve go off favourite in Group 1 for you, Laura?
Yeah, I think so. Just because of his form. I know he's talking down, you know, what he's done so far, but I actually think he's done some very good things at very good times. And like we said earlier, if he can just work on it, but if he can just tighten up the doubles for tonight, then and keep that power scoring up, then yeah, he's going to be a handful for anyone.
So that is the groups. Let's see what the bookies make of tonight's action then. These are what the odds compilers are saying. Now, interestingly enough, Steve West is looking to join the Matt Clark, the Darrell Pilgrim Club of 3 Champions Weeks. He'd actually become the first player to make 3 Champions Weeks in succession if he was successful tonight. But they have him as 7-2. Intrigued by that, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm really surprised, and it just tells you how tight it is as well. I mean, the fact that you've just got nearly just over a 3-1 favourite in a 6-player race as well just shows you how tight it is. And Justin Hood being the favourite, it's a surprise. My first eyes went down to the guy who's 4th favourite there, Robert Thornton. I'm looking for a bit of romance. If Robert Thornton wins it tonight, what a story. But Reece Colley, his partner's 37 weeks pregnant, and she's in the audience as well. Them kind of stories are what the MODUS Super Series, and in particular the Series 5, has been all about. So just plenty to play for, and the bookies can't separate them.
Now, I think Robert Thornton hates me by now, because I keep mentioning every single time he's here, he keeps making finals, but he hasn't got it yet. This is his 9th time. But you feel like with Robert, he's the type of player, the more and more he knocks on the door, eventually it's going to come.
Yeah, and to be fair, you can't not mention it. I mean, it's an outstanding fact. Just the fact that he's always made it to finals night is outstanding in itself. But yeah, it is a shock that he hasn't actually gone on and won one of these. Is tonight his night? If he carries on playing like he did last night, then yes, quite possibly could be. It's all about timing. And if you make 1 or 2 mistakes in a group like this, then you will get found out. And that's what Robert can't afford to do. And that's probably what he's done once or twice before.
So Robert Thornton in action this evening. Let's see what the bet builder's saying tonight. This has been, well, it's been quite a hectic bet builder, because the last couple of days we really have seen some money go into these bet builders and the exchanges being real busy. So thank you for getting involved at home. Tonight we're having a look at David Evans getting the better of Reece Colley at 1-2, Danny Lowby to get the better of Justin Hood at 6-5, and Robert Thornton in the match winner market against Justin at 5-4. You've got a little bit of a quibble on your head, Glenn.
Well, what I can't get my head around is that Justin Hood is favourite at 10-3 in the bet builder. People are betting that Justin Hood's going to be losing games tonight. So that's telling me that maybe Justin was a hotter favourite and people just fancying him. Maybe he's drifting out a little bit. Look, it's so open. What I would say, there's no hiding place. That first game that every player has is just so vitally important. We could see the best, also the mixture of the tension very, very early tonight.
Anyone that could potentially go under the radar we haven't spoken about yet, do you think?
Well, no, I think we've covered pretty much everyone. And as Glenn alluded to beforehand, there is a story for absolutely every single player to actually step up here and win tonight, because they've all shown so many great elements of their game. This is a different day. I think what's come and gone before, you can't forget it, but it doesn't matter, because it's what happens here on this Oki tonight, and that is what is important.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series team. So this is what we're going to watch tonight. It's going to be 6 games now. We're going to go back and forth between the groups. So the first game there, Evans against Colley, is going to be then followed by Group 2, and then so on, so forth, so on, so forth, till we get to the culmination of the group stage matches. We'll then join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock for the semi-finals and final, where it is a straight knockout from there. I think we've got the gist, haven't we, guys?
I think so.
It's going to be quite the night, isn't it, Glenn?
Yeah, let's get it on. I can't wait. I can't pick a winner. And like I said, I think there's 6 players in there. It's one of them competitions where you're not looking at someone, you're thinking it's theirs to lose. I think all 6 players in there fancy their chances tonight.
Well, it's going to be an intriguing night, and we're going to kick-start with David Evans, the man who won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. He takes on Reece Colley, looking to get a first victory under this roof in terms of weekly title sense. And earlier on this evening, we caught up with both players.
So yeah, hi Dave. Firstly, many congratulations. 28 points in your Group A campaign. So you must be very happy with that. But how do you assess your overall performance?
Yeah, I mean, 28 points in any situation in the MODUS Super Series is brilliant. The overall performance, there was a few decent games in there, but obviously it's like I said at the beginning of the week, it was anything from 85 to early 90s would probably get me through, and it did. There was a few lower ones, but you know.
We don't need to talk about those. But do you think, I don't know if you've watched some of the games and kept an eye on what's been going on in Group B and Group C, but do you think you need to raise your level slightly from your Group A performance? And if so, how do you kind of go about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at Group B, Group C, they were fantastic. I know what I need to do in a way, and obviously with Group A, I just did what I had to do at the time. But knowing the standard of players that are in the finals, I do need to raise my game, and more than likely it will happen.
Yeah, and obviously had those 2 days off. I know different players deal with the 2 days off differently. How did you spend your couple of days?
I actually went away. I wasn't going to. I wasn't going to leave, but my wife lives in Swindon, so for her work. So we went over to Swindon and had a pop into Steve Brown's bar area. Tried to play a comp. Too many in, didn't get in, but had a bit of a practice, and that was the main thing.
Well, really best of luck today, and thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Hi, Reece. So firstly, congratulations. You've had 24 hours now to digest your achievement here on finals night. But how are you feeling about your overall game at the moment?
Yeah, I feel okay. Looking forward to just getting back on the stage now, and hopefully I can perform like I can, and hopefully doubles and be sharp. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
No, fantastic. And I've heard that there's a few Reece Colley fans out there in the crowd. I mean, does that additional support help you? I mean, can it be a hindrance? How are you feeling about it?
Of course, yeah. If I can get as many people here as I can, then it's better for me. Like, I love the support, and I've got my girlfriend here as well today, and like, obviously we all know she's like far gone now, pregnant, but I asked her to come down, and she was willing to come down. So yeah, there's a few here. There's like 10 plus. So
no, that's fantastic. Fantastic, and it'd be great to see your girlfriend there in support as well. And I mean, first on tonight, you are taking on the Group A winner in Dave Evans.
Yeah.
I'd say your campaign, some of the group stages, a bit of a slow start out the traps. How do you kind of go about it tonight?
Yeah, obviously we all know David's a good player, and the way I look at it is, if I can play my best game, I'm sure I'll come on top. So, but yeah, looking forward to it, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, we wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
On a night of heavyweight boxing where they're testing out who the battle of the baddest is going to be, we're going to see who is going to be the best of the lot here on the Oki. And we kickstart with David Evans up against Reece Colley. And Chaos has got a big supporter base making the trip from the West Midlands to watch him tonight. In the commentary box for all the action this evening is a very good evening to Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Yeah, a very good evening, Henry, and good evening, everybody. And later tonight, we will find out who will be the final player in Champions Week, starting on Monday. 6 fantastic players. And in your picture there, Reece Colley, a 24-year-old from Dudley, who finished second in his Group C campaign.
First leg, it's David to throw
refereed
first.
by the superb Owen
Game
Binks.
on.
And first to the Oki will be the Group A winner. And Mr. David Evans, Mr. Consistent. Played 15, won 14. Openly admitted in his interview there that he wasn't at his brilliant best, but didn't need to be. But he's very, very confident, very self-assured, and he knows that he can provide his best starts tonight. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Laura Turner. Laura, real importance on this opening game of the night.
Yeah, totally agree, and I'm really pleased to be sat next to yourself, Glenn. I think we've seen the group stages. This is another mini group stage, but it's so much more cutthroat. And there is so much riding on it. They've all worked very, very hard. They fought very, very hard to get to this stage. And it's just all or nothing on the night.
Yeah, you've got 2 players here. I do like David Evans, a former professional darts player. Maybe he's learnt an awful lot about his unhappy time, you could say, in the PDC. Didn't go how he wanted to do. He's still full of self-belief. He knows what he wants to do in his life and will be at Q School in January.
134.
Reece Colley. And Reece Colley in 2021 was winning Development 2, was on the PDC circuit. In 2022, one of the biggest
58.
WDF Opens, the British Open of Bridlington. But it's David Evans that's come out the traps very nicely, very quickly. He was looking for a big game.
On the first
and that's a 14 dart to start the night for Mr. Consistent, who is looking for that big average. That's a decent start.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Yeah, very, very good start. And no need to panic yet for Reece. Obviously, didn't quite find his scoring power as yet. We'll need to find it based on that opening leg from Dave Evans.
58.
Has got the darts in here, but that opening score there, it's just really opened the door for Dave Evans.
And this format, it's every leg is important as well. And, you know, that's the reason why you're not to panic for Reece. But if he was heavily beaten, it would be a disappointment because he's got a cracking set of people with him today. They'll make some noise as they walked on. But it's a slow start. David Evans has already grabbed the dart and grabbed the throw in this second leg.
93.
And another single treble there.
$100.
Yeah, that should hopefully settle Reece down a little bit. That's the first 100 score for him.
58.
Yeah, Reece Colley, he represented England in the World Cup in the system he plays the darts, and it was a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and I just sense it could have been affecting his game, because it's not just the tournament, it's the build up to it. It is a very prestigious tournament, and you know, to be doing that at 24-year-old.
140.
I am a big believer of lessons learned, and even when things are not going so well, you learn about yourself. But there was a moment in his Group C campaign where he really started to find his throw. He was very silky smooth.
David, you require 89.
But right now, it's all about this man. He doesn't need to consider the bullseye. But he'll certainly look at tops.
49.
Yeah, we kind of asked questions of Dave Evans as if he could up his levels, and he is. And back comes Reece.
174.
Despite that wonderful
David, you require
setup.
40.
Dave Evans now looking at tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yeah, and that
David Evans.
is very good finishing from Dave Evans. And just see that disparity in the averages. Dave just over 100. Reece just to settle into this match, and it's a race to 4, and it's very cutthroat. You don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have time
60.
to settle, and that's the thing about finals night. And some players are really good at qualifying. We've talked about this incredible statistic regarding Robert Thornton, because
100.
it does feel like more of a knockout competition on a Saturday night. If this was a group game for Reece, he can go back, reset, and come back later on. Well, really,
86.
don't get that luxury on a Saturday night, and you want to correct those wrongs very, very quickly. And you have the feeling it's got to start right now. It's a much, much better start in this leg.
Yeah, Reece's average just creeping up as he's just trying to find some scores. But
58.
Dave mentioned he's just been a bit slow to start. I don't know what you think, but what it seems to do is his technique that's affected. He really just needs to find himself a comfortable spot up on that stage so he can just relax the shoulder. And when he gets to that doubling stage, we've noticed it a few times, it just gets a bit snatchy.
Yeah, we've seen a snatch and we've seen a very fluid throw. Now, considering he's 2-0 down and only averaging mid-70s, I quite like the look of the throw tonight. It's not as punchy, it's not as jabby.
59.
And if he was 2-0 up, that's when you see the relaxation in Reece Colley.
You know, as a dart player, just getting that first leg under your belt. This is
57.
first game for both of them,
We
first game of the night.
170.
I don't think anyone really enjoys a first round game. It's just about getting through it.
Well, sometimes you just need a really special moment to get you going. And this, it doesn't get any better than he's 2-0 down. And that was very nearly the spot, the maximum finish. Can David Evans get the maximum 147?
$57. Reece required 25.
And this would be a break of throw. It's 88, 22.
23.
Yeah, and we talked about the crowd beforehand, and I just felt if that double goes on, they get involved in the game then, because he's got the majority of the support there. They've been silenced so far. That silence could be deafening if this bullseye goes in.
65. Reece required 2. No score.
Yeah, desperately unlucky, just the wrong side of the wire.
David, you require 25.
Yeah, this really would hurt Reece Colley because he'll find himself 3-0 down.
$17.
Well, I didn't expect David to miss that.
2.
I mean, Reece Colley, you can understand the nerves because, as Laura mentioned, once you get that first leg, you can relax.
Game shot on the third leg.
He just felt after that double top when he crept, that was his chance gone. He needed the involvement with the crowd. Laura asked him the question before this match
Fourth leg, it's
started.
Reece to
Will
throw
having the
first.
majority of the
Game
crowd on
on.
your side be a help or a hindrance? And you could just hear them there. And for me, it used to be an incredible help with that when you're up there, because it can be a lonely place.
100.
But when you know you've got people who've travelled a few hours to be here today, is that the start for Reece Colley?
Yeah, it's a wonderful boost. And
58.
I guess the flip side of it, when you know that you've got people that have come down, travelled specifically to support you, you want to put on a good performance for them. And hopefully, as you say, that will be the
97.
catalyst there for Reece to just push on a bit.
Well, Laurie's already 140 ahead in this leg. And I think that is one of my favourite throws. And that's why I think I've been quoted as saying I feel
60.
like David Evans has underachieved the past couple of years. I don't think he believes in himself. Me and Scott Mitchell were chatting, who was commentating on Group here
41.
with me, where he just seemed to have that attitude that he just was happy to be in the PDC. That is a sound foundation for any dart player, that throw. That beautiful, elegant, he's
57.
tall, and he uses that height. He's virtually touching the dartboard with that elevation of the body. And when Reece is at his best, and you see how
57.
he's snapping his hands at the end there. When he was playing his best, it was like a Rolls Royce throw. It was really smooth. But it's advantage to Colley in this one. Evans has to find the treble. He doesn't, because it's the wrong
55.
treble. Chance for Colley here, 206, 6 darts, looking good for 2-2.
174.
Yeah, that is excellent set-up play, and you can hear the crowd cheering on Reece. Dave Evans yet to find a treble in this leg.
He certainly has. Now, he should have gone bold with the last
99,
start there.
which
That's a
requires
sign that he's not
32.
thinking. It was a 174 setup for Reece that got him ahead in that third leg.
Game show on the fourth leg.
And just listen to that crowd there. You can see the excitement. It's really good that he's brought so many people with him. So far, there seem to be help finally poised this game
first.
right
Game
in
on.
the balance.
And after those
42.
opening 2 legs from David Evans, really did set off, 14 dart leg. Hasn't been able to
60.
replicate that in these last 2, and Reece has now upped his levels, and we're getting a bit of parity here between the pair.
Yeah, I think that will disappoint David Evans. Yeah, there was a period there at a dart or a bullseye where it would have been 3-0, and you'd have to say that's game over.
43.
But right now he looks ragged. Looks just a little frenzied for my liking. And at the moment, it's Reece Colley who's looking the more composed, the more focused.
100.
Good times for the man from Dudley.
Yeah, and after this match is
60.
concluded, the remaining match of player in this group for both these players will be Steve West. And Steve West is very much a proven winner here at the MODUS Super Series.
And maybe that's on the back of their mind how
140.
big this game is, because Steve West, for me, will be seen as a real big hitter. Steve West can win games in the players area because he's got that big personality about him. And I think both will have realised that this probably felt like a must-win.
140.
Like I said, that 140 there, there's nothing to separate these two.
96.
And we get to those stages of the game where just one big treble's just that gives you that bit of relief and bit of confidence.
90. Reach require 105.
Yeah, options on 105. Decides to stay upstairs, so treble 15 is the shot for tops. These are good
85.
moments for Reece Colley, but when you
David Evans,
opportunity knocks, you
126.
have to take it, because David Evans has been nowhere for a few minutes, and he's so capable of finding this treble 19 for the bull. He's been quiet.
82.
Yeah, just indicating there
required
what I think we
20.
were thinking. No, not really in the same ballpark there. Double 10 and
Game show on the fifth leg.
2-0 down.
Reece
Reece
Colley.
Colley has ruled off the last 3 legs. Now 3-2 up and 1 leg from victory.
It's just a
Six
fantastic
legged
place
race
to
to
play
throw
darts.
first.
That stage
Game on.
is where players want to play right now. You've got that incredible background, and tonight that added audience then for Reece Colley.
60.
His supporters have been magnificent tonight. We looked at each other in comms and said, what's that noise as they walked on? And there might have, I think there's about 15 or 20 of them there. And I think they're
57.
dragging him through this game. And David Evans is all, at this moment, he's all over the place after a fantastic start.
60.
So just as a defence to David Evans, this is against the darts. Now remember, if it does go to 3-3,
140.
Evans would become a big favourite again because he'd have the darts. So it may have the 3-2 scoreline, Laura, but there's nothing in this match.
57.
No, not at all. And that troublous visit there from Reese gives Dave the advantage if he can just capitalise.
81.
And again, that's an important last dart. Just that one big treble visit just keeps his nose ahead.
Yeah, two big hitters of 180s as well. We're yet to see a
100.
180 in this game. You just sense a little bit of tension, the importance of this game. And I can't pick a win at the moment, but David Evans
140.
started well, and then mid-match had the wobbles, but all of a sudden he's found the range again. And he's 2 darts away for 3-3.
60.
Are we going all the
They
way?
require 83.
He's just having a look at the score. And that's sensible. Leaves the ball.
36.
I think
Reece
what it
McGuire,
was, rather than, I don't think I'd use the
164.
word sense, I think it was a lot of respect to Reece Colley, and Reece will have appreciated that. There's a lot of players who may have said, you can't hit this, Reece Colley. But that was for the match. That is a 1-6-4 finish, and that's a reaction of someone who just finished a fantastic game of darts. He went 2-0 down, remember, Reece Colley in this game. Look how sportsmanship David Evans is. That's the kind of man that he is. It's a big following here for Reece Colley, and he gets over the line 4-2. A fantastic victory for the man from Dudley. As we move on to Group 2 next, as we look at those numbers, absolutely nothing to separate, but that 1-6-4 at the end was the highlight. And next up, Robert Thornton against Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and on the night when the Rugby World Cup final is being contested, the first points of the evening here in Portsmouth go to Reece Colley, coming back from 2-0 down against David Evans to win by 4 legs to 2. The atmosphere is at fever pitch here in Portsmouth this evening, so much so that when Reece Colley hit that winning double, I could not hear a thing in my ear. It has been amazing in here tonight. Well, next up for us, Robert Thornton takes on Danny Laube. It's our first game as far as Group 2 is concerned. These two went toe-to-toe in Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively, and these two, well, looking for a berth in Champions League. Robert, for the first time from his 9th attempt, Danny Laube looking to go back-to-back, and earlier on this evening we caught up with both players.
Robert, I just felt like your whole campaign started on the final game of day one against Fallon Sherrock, when I thought you really come to the fore with the 98 average. It was pretty straightforward after that.
Aye, and then I turned up on Friday, and the last game on Thursday, and then it seemed to continue on the Friday, and it was just amazing getting up there, and I felt very relaxed.
Yeah, you looked at it as well, and just for me, I mean, your passion is still so obvious.
Oh.
How do you keep so motivated?
I think I just love the game, and I just want to do the best I can every time I'm up here, so my passion, my hand gestures and my head nods keep me going.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, and I want you to continue that. Like I say, I wish I could keep that in my game, but just a final question from me, because I've been told not to mention your record on Saturday night. But joking aside, by law of averages and the way you played, you must be in with a heck of a chance tonight.
So, if I can play tonight the way I played Thursday, Friday, I'll be very happy. I should go through, hopefully.
Robert, the very, very best of luck.
Thanks, Glenn.
Dan, absolutely fantastic to have you here. Your back was against the wall last night, and you likened it to a little bit about Rocky. How did you find those knockout punches?
Well, they're not anything to like. I didn't like them. It would have been nice to make my job easier, but this is what it is, isn't it? And I'm happy to come out on top of it, come forward and be here again on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I've touched on a little bit about your consistency. At times you look absolutely sublime and fantastic, and at times you frustrate me. How does it frustrate you too, and how are you going to correct that on such an important night?
Well, it definitely doesn't frustrate anyone more than me and my management. He's losing hair as we speak every time he watches. I'm sure my dad is too. No, it has been inconsistent this week, but you know you got the game in you when you need it, and so hopefully get it back on get the ball rolling a little more consistently tonight.
I have a lot of admiration the fact that you've come a long way. You're basing yourself a lot more in the UK. On the list of priorities, where does the MODUS Super Series stand?
Well, this is top priority. This is what I'm doing now, and this is what I'm, I have obviously a lot of goals, a lot of things I want to accomplish, but right now it starts with winning Saturday night.
Keep reaching for the stars.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck. Good luck. And welcome back. That man in your picture needs no introduction. Robert Thornton, who I thought in his Group C campaign was magnificent. He opened up with his first couple of games and he was a little bit in trouble. I wasn't worried too much, and he said neither was he. Big smile on his face right now. But a lot of his game is based on that steely determination, which you'll see through this. The facial demeanours, is one of his real passions, and that controlled arrogance that he has, and
First
he's
leg,
never
it's
ever
Robert
went
to
away
throw
from
first.
himself. For me, he's a joy
Game
to watch
on.
against Dan Laube. He was just beginning to set his goals. He's got ideas of what he wants to do, and it was great to hear that the MODUS Super Series is
99.
right up there on the list of priorities. And with Laura Turner, when you look at their CVs, I mean, one's just beginning the career and one's got one of the
93.
best CVs in the world ever. How do you pick a winner from this?
Yeah, I think we're going to say that throughout most of the evening, because you can create a case for both these players.
94.
I think for me, Robert, he was the standout player, especially, not just of Group B, but for me, perhaps the whole week so far.
96.
But it was the consistency at that top level. Whereas Dan, we know full well he has got talent in droves, but it comes out probably a little inconsistently.
58.
We can see that at the frequency that he showed to just make it through to finals night. Then, yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge for both of them.
Yeah, and what I
100.
liked in response, there's no bigger person who's more frustrated at the inconsistencies than himself. So he knows what the negatives are, he knows what he's working on.
180.
At the same time, you're walking into someone like Robert Thornton, who, one of my favourite players to watch. And like I said, when I was asked at the beginning, the
57.
romance of Robert
Robert,
getting
you
through,
require
because he's
70.
been here on a Saturday night. No, this is his 9th appearance and has yet to win one. Well, you'll see him leave tops plenty tonight. And that's the
Game show
reason
the
why.
first leg. Robert Thornton.
Yeah, nice 15 dart opening holder throw there
Second
for Robert
against Danny to
Thornton.
throw first.
No panic yet, 'cause Danny didn't do a great deal wrong, but just needed
92.
that throw. Got it this time.
Yes, great to see his management team there. The stars and stripes very evident just on the shoulder of Robert Thornton. Already his
180.
second maximum.
He did say to you earlier, didn't he, Glenn? I mean, he can carry on how he finished off his Group B campaign yesterday, then yeah, he feels confident that he can go the distance this time.
Also getting a little bit excited for the
97.
potential 9-darter there. I think this week's had a bit much of everything. Fantastic scoring, 170 finishes. We've even had a 141 finishes
92.
just to tease us as well. But right now, it's all about just the prize, just that trophy at the end of the night. And for me, Robert Thornton is looking as good as anybody.
140.
Yeah, Thornton really out to make a statement.
100. Robbie require 84.
Possible incoming 11 dart leg.
34.
Well, I think Dan Lauby's management went to the
Danny
back of the
require
stage and hammered that one out,
160.
because that was in and that was out.
60.
There's never always
Robbie,
too
you
much
require
panic for
50.
Dan Lauby, because he was 2-0 down this week, and in a space of 2 minutes it was 2-2. This is where Thornton likes to be,
Game
and
show
that's the
the
reason
second
why
leg.
already 2 tops.
Robert
And just
Thornton.
look at the reaction there. This is a man who's won the PDC Grand Prix, he's won the UK Open,
Third
he's a
leg, it's
World
Robert
Master,
to
he's a
throw
World
first.
Seniors Champion back-to-back.
Game on.
Yet the huge fist bump every time he hits that tops. That's just a testament of his character.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just still got that hunger, still got that drive. And you mentioned that CV, and I know we do mention it,
43.
but this is one title that he hasn't yet secured. Keeps going the way he's going, and I'm going to go a long way to getting it.
42.
Well, I was about to say, this is where Danny often kicks in, sometimes when his back's against the wall. Like I said, he likened it to Rocky, where sometimes you need to have a
60.
knockdown to get going. You can see he's itching to get to the Oki there. And Robert will not be rushed by anyone. He will dictate the pace. He has the experience, but usually about now that Danny kicks in.
140.
Yeah, right on cue there. First 140 for Danny. And the pair have met twice already, obviously, this week. It is a one apiece. Danny got the better of Robert
60.
on that first day, but we did mention day 2 in Group B. Robert Thornton was just different level.
Do you think they'll look at those head-to-heads? Because for me, it feels like a different tournament, a Saturday night to the
59.
rest of the week. Do you think they'll look and think, well, you know, we're 1-1, this could be tight? Or do you sense this is just a one-off game?
No, I totally agree.
100.
I think it is just all about the night. That's where the focus should be. Perhaps some people, I think if it's 1-1, I don't think it really matters. But if you've been beaten, if you've been here from, say, Monday
60.
and you've lost to the same person 3 or 4 times throughout the week, maybe that does bear a hole in your mind. But at one apiece, no.
Well, just a slight bit of hope here for Danny. However, he did go trebleless when he had the chance there. So 177.
78.
So Danny's certainly not out of this. However, Robert is first to a finish. Something has to happen for Danny. And like I said, from absolute nowhere can produce the most sensational darts. And
100.
he's probably the most electrifying players out of the
160.
sixes. He can just turn it on.
Yeah, well, he's coming back now
56.
for 100. This would be
Danny
a break of
require
throw. We saw it
100.
in the match before. Reece Colley was 2-0 down and came back 4-2 to beat Dave Evans. And just on the wire and uses
Game
it
show
well.
the
And
third
that is a leg on the board for
Danny
Danny Lauby.
Lauby.
Yeah, so likeable is Danny Lauby. But he's got that real steely determination. There's a
leg, it's
couple of
Danny
seconds
to
gap
throw
in between
first.
each leg, and that might not always suit Danny because he's so ferociously quick. He's just itching to throw those darts. And look,
60.
as someone who was labelled boring, I would like to see a little bit more composure, but I wouldn't then want to mess about too much with that incredible rhythm that he has.
134.
Yeah, it's funny, we talk about throws and we talk about techniques, but they
57.
do differ wildly, and they are very personal to players.
Yeah, the side-on view for Robert. People ask me, why is he World Seniors champ? Why is he still playing as well as ever? That's because of the simplicity
83.
of that throw. Whereas Dan Lowby, you see the way that Robert brought his arm back. Now, if you watch Danny, there's absolutely no pullback whatsoever. So that's why it appears to be so incredibly quick to throw,
47.
because it's just the flick of the wrist and fingers. As you can see, Robert's bringing that flight all the way back to his face, and that big follow through with the arm.
120.
Couple of bounce outs will frustrate. So if you remember, the flight was to the face of Robert Thornton, and absolutely nowhere near the face of Dan Lowby. So every player throws
100.
differently.
Robbie Record 164.
He went the Treble 18 route. No, Robert would have gone for the ball, but didn't need to because Dan's back on 237. But in the
132.
context of the match, this would be a break straight back for Robert Thornton and put him between with one leg required.
Yeah, what a beautiful treble
100.
18. And
Robbie
he doesn't
McGuire,
often go down to
32.
32s and 16s, but he doesn't often miss double 8. So once again, I'll stake my reputation. Thanks, Robert.
Game shot on the fourth.
I'll
leg.
start it again. He's
Robert
so good on
Thornton.
double 4s, Robert Thornton. But once again, just super professional. Just have a little look at the averages then.
Fifth
I
leg,
always
it's
felt I
Robert
use the
to throw
word
first.
professional when you're
Game
around
on.
about that 90 mark. He knows he's got so much more in the locker as well. But it's exactly the type of start you expect from Robert, without even looking too spectacular, Laura.
58.
Yeah, no, we've seen moments, 14 dart starter and 15 darters. But yeah, he's just,
60.
I don't know, this week, especially yesterday coming into today, he's just so focused.
Well, when I walked through, Laura, after that, you said you didn't tip me, did you, Glenn?
96.
Well, not if your double 8 tipping's anything to go by.
140.
Just two very, very enjoyable games so far. Reece Colley will be feeling great at the moment. I just have the sense, Laura,
140.
that Robert Thornton is just beginning to see that winning line. However, never right off this man.
57.
Though, something's got to happen very quick.
Yeah, and if Dan does lose this 4-1, 4-2, or whatever the end result is, if it does go the way of Thornton, Lowby's only got one game to
95.
address any issues. And then he's facing Justin Hood, who came in as the evening favourite.
Yeah, good shout, Laura. It's
60.
not looking good for Dan
Well, he
Lowby right
required
now.
112.
Robert Thornton's got 6 darts at 112 if he needs them.
Yeah, just having a think about it. He opted to
56.
switch, and there you see what he thinks about that.
But look what he's left, Laura. We know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go 16 top, so he'll just go through his routine. This will frustrate Danny. It often happens that you throw your best darts when
100. Robert, you
the game
require
looks over.
56.
A chance for Thornton.
So double top.
36.
Yeah, match darts
Danny
come and
require
gone for Robert
84.
Thornton. So can Danny save the match? And he's 84.
He needed a moment.
59.
Just not to be the other side of the
Robert,
wire.
you require 20.
Thornton is beloved double 10.
No score.
Yeah, once again, looking to the heavens, but
Danny
cannot
require
convert that to a
25.
winning match dart.
Game
And
shot
it's
on
just
the fifth
something
leg.
that you mentioned
Danny
also, Laura,
Lowby.
the fact that a 4-1 defeat there for Dan Lowby. One, it's a bad defeat, but a heavy defeat as well means
Sip
that
like it's Danny
it's
to
an
throw
incredibly
first.
difficult route to then qualify, because Justin Hood's a tough one, tough nut to crack. Now, if you can get it to 3-3, it's not the end of the
80.
world if you lose 4-3. I mean, you want to win the game, but you don't want a heavy defeat in your first one. But surprising missed doubles there from Thornton.
Yeah, but perhaps that was his rocky
180.
moment. Comes back with a 180.
58.
I think Danny Lowby will be shouting for Adrian if something doesn't happen soon. Robert Thornton is looking
100.
good right now. He's just throwing jab after jab. He's 140 ahead. There's just nothing that Danny can find. And
40.
this time it's the bounce out for Lowby.
Yeah, and it's frustrating when you are fighting to stay in a match and you see them on the floor.
140.
And then you see that 140 from Robert Thornton.
$180. Robbie require 81.
Just gives him an outside chance, but a heavy favourite is Thornton. It is now, it's double 12. Robert Thornton gets over the winning line eventually. Come on, he shouts to the board. A 4-2 victory against a disappointing Danny Lowby. He just really didn't turn up in that game. So much respect for Robert Thornton, but he's so focused, he's so happy, and he's up and running. Robert Thornton, 91.01. That beautiful 81 finish to finish. Robert Thornton with the first 2 points. He's looking good, as Reece Colley will be up next after a short break against Steve West.
Welcome back to the Super Series. For the break, Robert Thornton got his campaign underway with a 4-2 victory against Danny Lowby. Going to dance alongside me up here on the balcony. He's got a bit between his teeth at the minute, isn't he, old Robert?
Yeah, it's no surprise, and he looked, as he went through the players' area, very composed, very calm. He just seems to be handling that, because what gets him going is that real tenacity. He grits his teeth when he throws a dart, but he's just remaining calm at the same time. He's looking good.
Is he like a cat? 9 lives he needs to win this.
Yeah, I was looking for a sort of saying with a 9 times, but you don't like to mention it to him. It's an incredible statistic that he hasn't qualified, and like I said, for me, right at this moment, he's the one who's probably feeling best in the players' area there. He's a big character. He can win games in the players' room, chatting away. We can hear them laughing, but when he gets on that stage, he's like a caged animal, and that was a good performance.
Danny Lauby, now we've spoken about the fact that he's got a proclivity for slow starts, but he can't afford that tonight. He's lost his first one. He's basically in knockout mode straight away.
Yeah, I think you've answered the question. Sort of within the question there, you can't, when you're in that group phase, you can sort of bounce back, similar to what Robert Thornton did in his Group B campaign. But for Dan Lauby there, you're waiting for that explosiveness, and it just didn't happen in that game. And he was very lucky, in a sense, to get that second leg, because a 4-1 defeat, a heavy defeat, makes it incredibly difficult then to qualify.
Next up, Steve West in action. Reece Colley, the opponent. Reece, good start to his night.
We asked about the crowd, help or hindrance, and I think they dragged him through that game. David Evans went into a 2-0 lead, looking very comfortable. Then all of a sudden he hit the skids, and, Reece just hit a double. The crowd got involved, and that 1-6-4 finish. Wow, that was unbelievable. The moment of the night so far.
He takes on Steve West, who... what is it do you think about this competition with Steve?
Well, I'm actually sharing a house with him as well, and I was a little bit disappointed with his interview on Thursday. That I think sometimes he can be a little bit too hard on himself. An incredible 180 hitter. So he's always got that in the locker, you know what I mean? So he enjoys the MODUS Super, he enjoys the venue. Steve West used to complain an awful lot about the throw not being correct, the dartboard. Never a moan when he sees, because he knows it's absolutely spot on. It's just more his form at the moment that he's searching for. But when he does, he's a big-time player as well, and I expect the best from Steve West tonight.
The best from West, and earlier on the scene, we caught up with him.
Steve West, Series 3 winner, Series 4 winner. Will that pattern continue tonight?
I hope so. I mean, I'm not playing very well at the minute, if I'm honest, but I'm sort of getting by and winning games, so hopefully that carries on.
Yeah, it did frustrate me a little bit, your interview. I won't lie. I'm a big fan of yours, and I often tip you to win things. Sometimes you're a little bit hard on yourself. How did you assess day 2 last night? Because you went right down to that crunch game. You didn't see it. We did. But you passed it with flying colours.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I had to win or out. It was, it was be or end all. But I was losing games with 90-plus averages and winning them with 80s, and I just couldn't work it out. But at the end of it, I come through.
Steve West tells me he's not playing very well. What will it take to win this tonight?
Consistency, I think. Steady, sort of between 80, 87 and 90 averages. I think you'll win a night.
Yeah, you're a great player. Keep remembering that, Steve. Good luck tonight.
Cheers. Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, and here we are, game 3 of the night, but game 2 in Group 1. And we saw Reece Colley open up his campaign with that 4-2 win over David Evans, that emphatic 1-6-4 finish. And he has got a lot of fans out there in the crowd, and I do think they helped carry him through, because he did come back from 2-0 down. But we get to see what Steve West is towing up to the Oki this evening. He has been hard on himself, as mentioned there before, but did very well to get in. Survived a sudden death match with Fallon Sherrick to secure his place here in finals night.
Game on!
As we said, he's won in Series 3, he's won in Series 4, and he'd be looking to win in Series 5 and make it back-to-back, 3 times back-to-back nights at Champions Week.
41.
I don't know what you think, Glenn. I think if he can just combine that massive scoring power that we've seen, he's such a big 180 hitter, Steve West, and then just tighten up on the doubles, because he was a bit lax in certain parts of his group campaign, then yeah, he could most certainly make it through to Champions Week.
Oh, definitely. He's saying he's trying to search for form, and yeah, it was
57.
a very typical sort of Steve West assessment of how he's playing. He can come across as never being happy with his game yet. He has got this type of darts in the locker. I think what I would say also, Laura, is the fact that that first game you watched in this group between David Evans and Reece Colley, that Warner frightened him. There was nothing there to
60.
suggest it's something I can't beat. He is I'd say, a heavy favourite for this Group 1. And like I said, he's up against Reece Colley, who a win here for Reece Colley guarantees his place in the
96.
semi-final. So that's the carrot dangling over the head for this man in your picture.
57.
Yeah, and if you put yourself in the position of David Evans, obviously lost that opening match, but won't be seeing him until game number 5 and just has to sit there, wait and see what the results
125.
come up with.
Yeah, just as I went in, it was sort of whatever happens, it's a head-to-head, I heard David Evans saying. So he's working out if Steve
60.
wins and what Reese wins. So you can,
Stevie
they're
Raquan,
working their own
95.
permutations. They know exactly what they need to do when they get up there. But it's Steve West who's got a double 18, a double top.
55.
Which was a risky strategy because Reese Colley's on 226. He could have easily gone on the treble 20 bet and just laid it up nicely. But once again, Laura, Reese Colley's slow out of
Stevie
the
Raquan,
traps.
40. Game
Yeah,
shot.
two very good guides and used well there by Steve West, and an early breaker throw.
It was an incredibly slow
Second
start
against
from
Steve
Reese
to
Colley.
throw
After
first.
2 legs, he was...
Game on.
Well, it was let's just say it was a very disappointing average, and it's been absolutely no better for this one. So he's gathering his thoughts there. He's got a big opportunity here. It was a good win in his opening game. He's put himself in a fine position.
140.
But with Steve West, he won't relent.
No, and as you mentioned,
100.
Dave out the back working out what he may or may not need to do in his final match against Steve West. But for Reese, even if he is to lose, and you want to get those legs on the board, you want to give yourself as many opportunities as possible. But with darts like that, Reese is going to have to up his scoring power.
Yeah, averaging over 102 very early in this
43.
game, Steve, because one of the questions I was asking myself, do you want to start the show or do you want to play someone who's just had a game? Well, Steve West has proven the point that freshness is good.
100. $96. Stevie
So
Raquan,
for 2-0.
81.
81 required.
Yeah, we've seen his good friend do this, double 10.
71.
Robert Thornton check out on that beautiful 81 for the match. Once again, Reese Colley miles back.
It was interesting, just saw the
75.
head in the hands of
Raquan,
Steve
10.
West, and I think that was not so much as missing, but going inside and hitting 10, because that's what can happen on double 5.
6.
Just a little nervous look over, but he'd be delighted to see that Reese Colley's on 187. And can't finish, however. He has left it pretty. This is very reminiscent of the first match for Reese. However, will Steve West do with David Evans and fall short on this double?
Game shot on the second leg. Steve West.
Yeah, I think that was just relief there from Steve West. We're
Feel
in
like
the
it's Reese to
second
throw first.
leg in, and
Game
Steve
on.
has already missed 7 darts at double, and it was something we implied earlier that was possibly the area of weakness at the moment for Steve West's game.
135.
At this point now that Reese Colley started taking control against David Evans when he was 2-0 down. Steve West, I actually walked into the venue, Laura, with his dad.
41.
So he's got family here as Steve. Up against that incredible support that has come from Reese Colley. They're making it a brilliant atmosphere down there.
140.
And there's his pops.
$55.
Yeah, and this is where Reese really needs to push forward if he's going to make any inroads.
Yeah, it smacks a real similarity to that
135.
first game against David Evans. I didn't expect and don't expect Steve Evans to go quiet. Steve West for 4 legs.
140.
But Reese is in a fantastic position.
91.
6 starts at least at 91, so he can be aggressive on the treble 17. For double 16, much
Game shot
better for Reese.
Reese Colley.
There's that fantastic support. People say to me, the best support you've seen, Glenn, at the MODUS Super Series. Well,
We'll look
there
at
was only
Steve to
8
throw
of them,
first. Game on.
but it was the week that Adam Warner won it, and a lot of the university guys came down, and they made it an incredible atmosphere.
100.
Yeah, and if you're Reese, you know, you may be slightly worried about the way you're
100.
starting matches. Obviously, if he can buck it up, he's just found a 12-dart leg to break Steve West. But these are the darts that Steve West is
125.
capable of. You need to keep up that pressure.
Yeah, and he's not going to get the luxury like he did against Dave Evans, who went very, very quiet about now. If he's going to continue to win legs in this match, it's because it's on his doing, not the fact that this man is going to implode, because he won't.
100. $58.
Steve West just trying to hunt down a treble
60.
20. Can't find it, but leaves himself on 116. Reese all the way back again on 288.
$99. Stevie Rockmore, 116.
Don't think you like that dart, Laura.
Yeah, understandably so, but great adjustment there from Stephen. Now just looking to set up.
Yeah, 56 left, so the big
76.
number there. Mops it up very nicely. He's looking good for 3-1.
$99. Stevie Rockmore, 40.
Yeah, but is that too little too late in this leg for Reese Colley? Steve's such an adept tops hitter.
Nervy darts, important dart.
20.
You cannot, Steve West, get any closer than that, my friend. But a chance for Colley from absolute
Reese
nowhere.
Rockmore, 90.
He's been second best in this match as Reese Colley. But he's a potential. When you see 90, you're already thinking a potential bullseye the last, but it's not going to come into... That's it, because it's double 15.
60. Stevie Rockmore,
Yeah,
20.
big opportunity, and this start here could be the difference between 3-1 and what could have been 2-all, but back up to that double 5.
15.
More doubling disasters for Steve West, and Reese Colley back for 30.
Well, we do enjoy the crowd being here. They make it absolutely fantastic. So sometimes with a crowd, you're going to hear things, you're going to get involved.
Reach
And it's
your
just
require,
part
30.
of the game when you're in this unique atmosphere. Something that Steve West didn't like as he was throwing that dart.
Game shown the
That's the
fourth
difference for
leg.
Reese Colley. No
Reese
one would do
Colley.
anything on purpose. It'll be dealt with within there if there was something. But it's also a sign when I used to complain when I used to hear someone in the crowd. It also meant I wasn't totally focused on the game as well. And at my best, Laura, you could put a brass band behind me and I didn't hear it. At my worst, I would have done exactly what Steve West did there and turned round to anything, even if they didn't make a noise.
Yeah, I do. I totally agree. We've all probably been in those circumstances.
85. $100.
Yeah, but for me, it really has been a telling fact that Steve West at the moment, 2 from 15 on doubles.
96.
He's had the opportunities to win every leg, barring that one where Reese found a 12 darter.
60. $50.
Yeah, more frustrations there for Steve West. Just going slightly to the left, 2 treble 5s. This really is mirroring the match before for Reese
99.
Colley.
I tell you what, it's absolute silence in there now, so I don't think anyone dare upset Steve West. I think the treble 20 is upsetting him now because he's just beginning to find,
100.
however,
Which require 108.
even a ton might be enough. Reese Colley on 108.
So double 14.
80. Stevie require 170.
We have seen this once this week. Robert Thornton hit it, but won't be seeing it this time from Steve West.
96. Which require 28. Game shot on the fifth leg. Reese Colley.
He's just the man of the comebacks at the moment. He was 2-0 down in his first match, and he went on to win that game 4-2.
Sick like it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Reece Colley, with that double 14, has qualified for the semi-finals based on the fact of his legs difference because of that 4-2 width.
140.
Even if he loses 4-3 here, he would still have a plus average on the legs. And that means under this format,
85.
he will qualify. Reece Colley is our first player into the semi-finals.
$57.
Yeah, massive achievement
60.
for Reece Colley, and in a very difficult group with Steve West and David Evans. So done very well, especially considering the way he started both his matches. Really has dug deep to just find some quality,
60.
some results.
Yeah, so both Steve West and David Evans will know what they need to do. Put this man in your picture, irrespective of what happens in this match now. He won't know that. He is playing for victory here.
85.
And 2 wins out of 2 in this group is also, you don't play up then ever to lose a leg, because we use that dreaded word that you want to take that momentum into the semi-finals.
140.
And I just think Reece Colley is doing mighty fine tonight. And I still think, Laura, there's plenty more in the tank.
85. Stevie Ragoy, 104.
Steve here, 104. Needs tops.
84.
Yeah, and you just see that shake of the head. Now 2 from 16 on the doubles for Steve West.
$124. Stevie required 20.
So for a level match. And again in the 5.
16.
Double trouble, Laura.
Reece requires 62.
Very unlike Steve West. There's the shake of the head there. Reece Colley, 62 for a second 4-2 victory. So reminiscent of the first game.
27.
Yeah, perhaps a bit
Stevie
of adrenaline,
required
got
4.
excited, just pulled it into the 5. But now double 1. Can he use that as a good guide?
2.
And he just can't.
Yeah, there was a bit of everything in that throw, wasn't it? A bit of body
required
movement.
35.
It looks like there's going to be a potential straight shootout between Weston Evans and Reece Colley. Has got double 16 for a second 4-2 victory. Reece Colley is the first player through to the semi-finals. Much to the delight of that fantastic support. Once again, shake hands of the two, but it's the young man from Dudley who has been absolutely superb. Started really slowly in the games, but finishing impeccably. And Reece Colley has done exactly what he needs to do. As after the break, it will be the return of Dan Lowby against Justin Hood.
Welcome back. Reece Colley is through to the semi-finals here at the Super Series, getting the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 2 in his first match of the night. Let's hear from Reece now, downstairs with Glenn.
Reece Colley, the comeback king so far. You've started both matches 2-0 down, but won them both 4-2. How do you assess the game so far?
To be honest, Glenn, I just thought from the start,
Can I just turn your mic? Is it working now? So Reece Colley, the comeback king. You've started both games 2-0 so far, but ended up 4-2. How do you assess the night so far?
Well, to be honest with you, Glenn, the 2 days I've played, it's been one of them, like, I've been losing. Like, the first games on the 2 days, I've lost my first one, and I just thought, come on today, like, don't let it slip up. Just try and get that first win and then get on to the next one, and you'll be more confident then, which that's what I've done in the last 2 days. So lucky enough, I got the both wins, so I'm happy.
I have to say the crowd have been absolutely fantastic. We asked if they're going to be a help or a hindrance. They've been brilliant out there. Have they helped you?
Yeah, cool. See, I've always been one of them who, if I had the crowd there, like, it gives me the urge to play better. So, they've been great at the moment, yeah.
Congratulations. We'll see you back in the semi-finals.
Thank you, Glenn.
Reece Colley is into the semi-finals, but Danny Lauby could be out. He needs to beat Justin Hood in our 4th game of the evening session to stand a chance of making it into the semi-finals of this particular competition. As for Justin Hood, well, he's got Saturday night success under his belt already here this year, having made it through to Champions Week in Series 3. And we caught up with Happy Feet a little bit earlier on this evening. Justin, Saturday night, finals night. You often go under the radar a little bit for me. Do you think that suits you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not someone that goes out and celebrates wins or gets upset when I lose. I just go out there and play. If I win, happy days. If I don't, I'll just play again.
My assessment from the Group C campaign was you can turn it on like a flick of a switch.
Yeah, when I'm relaxed and happy, I can go out there and I can play with the best players in the world over a certain amount of legs. But sometimes it takes a setback in a game to get me going. I need a bit between my teeth sometimes, and I'm hoping tonight I'll lose the first leg and then win all of them.
I think I said in comms that sometimes you don't exude a lot of motivation on there. You look very laid back. I just get this sense, just looking at you now, that you're up for this.
I'm up for it tonight. My whole persona on stage is, when you're down here, you've got so many ups and downs. You're playing a game coming off. I cannot get myself up and then down. Mentally, it's draining. So I'll just stay flat the whole way through, and if it's enough, it's enough.
You're a wonderful character, Justin. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much, Glenn.
Yeah, interesting there to hear from Justin. As he said, he does like to go under the radar, but unfortunately for him, now he is firmly on all our radar and comes into tonight as favourite for winning the group, for winning the evening. And it's understandable why, because the performances he put in, especially towards the tail end of both days in his Group C campaign, he was absolutely outstanding, peaked with over 100 average, and his action and everything about him, it's very smooth, it's very calm, it's very considered. And yeah, he has been one of the top performers of this week. But for this man here, Danny, he really does need a win. Quite simply, if he doesn't win, he's out.
Yeah, he likes it with their back against the wall, like I said. But I am so impressed with Justin Hood. And I didn't realise what a good personality. Sometimes you see players, and the only times you sort of see them is when they're throwing on that stage. But he's so funny to chat to. He's
57.
He's a real delight, real character. And to me, I was surprised to see that he was the bookies' favourite. Before the dart was thrown tonight.
134.
He exudes a lot of confidence, a lot of self-belief, and I think he fancies the chances tonight. But he could be walking into the best of Danny, because Danny was pretty poor in his first game of Robert Thornton. He'd been really disappointing himself. And it's usually when we sort of see him, because we're beginning to write him off in Group B, when he really then kicked into gear.
Yeah, I agree, and I do think he probably finds himself in a lucky place to actually have just got those 2 legs over against Robert Thornton.
171.
And there you see what we've talked about, the things that he can do. Yeah, and that 171 sets him up for a 128.
128.
But you think against Justin Hood, these are the kind of shots that are going to need to go. So double 10.
108. Justin, you've
He's
got
absolutely
74.
lightning quick, but he hits the wire of that double 10. And on 74, you feel like you're going to get a dart or a double. Well, that dart is a tops. A little grimace there because he has to move. That makes it difficult, but it does widen the bed.
Justin
and he just
Hood.
saw enough of that double top, and that's a sign of a real classy player. When they get one dart or a double, that's all they need to execute. And there's the first head shake there from Danny, because he had chances with that double 10, but he also looked really good. And more importantly for Justin Hood, a breaker throw to boot.
99.
Yeah, we often talk about breaks the throw, and I just think they're so relevant, the standard that these guys play. But in a race to 4, you just don't have any time. Sometimes in the longer formats that these players play, you don't panic too much, but a break, especially this early on, it just
140.
puts you under so much duress from the start.
58.
Yeah, you may see the 18s come into the equation here after the first start. I think you definitely will now. However, that was such a good marker. You could just see for a second he wanted to stay on the 20s, but a treble 18 would have brought into the equation that 170 finish. But over 100 ahead.
59.
Treble-less from Danny. Advantage, Justin Hood.
And that's another element of Justin's game, his board management, his ability to count, and just checking now, seeing what he wants to hit.
128.
And again, really good setup play.
$100.
Just
Justin, you've
hasn't
acquired
been
90.
his night so far, Danny Lowby. Very, very likeable. But so is this man in your picture. Doesn't need to go on the 20s with his opponent on 184.
50.
And no dramas. Leaves himself tops. Danny, a long way back.
96. Justin, you've acquired 40. Game show on the second leg.
Yeah, Justin follows up
Hood.
that opening leg of 15 darts with a 16-dart leg. 2-0 to the good, and you can just see the 96, 97 for Justin Hood. Just under 90 for Danny. Hasn't done a huge amount wrong, but it's timing. You have that early opportunity at a double to hold throw.
81.
Yeah, and the disappointment there for Danny is because he's such a rhythmical player that when the first treble goes in like that, you do expect the next two to go. He's got quite a unique throw, and it's all based on the rhythm that he throws them. And that was the reason for his disappointment there.
100.
Yeah, every time I see Dan Lowby, I think of his dad who's played at the World Championship as well, Dan Lowby Senior.
100.
If you are watching, Danny, hope you're well. I'm sure you're super proud of what your son is
60.
achieving in the game. He's got lots and lots of goals. It hasn't been his night so far, but who knows what happens from here. But it's looking really good for Justin Hood right now.
80. 100.
Yeah, that's characteristic. Most players, when they throw too low, they tend to switch. Because it wouldn't have been ideal to switch on that score, but even when he can, he lifts it over and does manage to find that treble 20.
83. Danny McCoy, 160.
I don't know about you, Laura, but I just
100.
expected
Justin
that to
McCoy,
go. He seems to be one of
145.
those players who usually goes 2-0 down and then comes alive.
Yeah, I think after tonight we could probably rename that a Reece Colley.
105. Danny McCoy, 60.
It's a lovely interview with him. He was just absolutely buzzing. Just brought me back.
Game show on the third leg.
To those feelings that you
Danny
get when you
Lowby.
smash a double in like that. Dan Lowby won't go down without a fight. It's a little scratch of the head there because he's probably thinking, where's these darts? Where
Well,
are
it's
you?
just into throw
Preparation's gone
first.
perfect. I feel good. Now show me that on the dartboard. But when you're up against a really solid player like Justin Hood, all of a sudden you win a leg, you look up, you see your opponent
190.
smash in a maximum.
And how many times have we seen that this from Justin. He's
93.
not always one of those players to get those big 4-0, 4-1 wins. He sometimes has to lose a leg, a bit like in the way that Danny described earlier. He loses that leg and then manages to find a way to come back, but come back so very strong.
96. 100.
Yeah, once again, the treble's gone exactly where he wants to be. I think that's the thing he'll look back on tonight. Just hasn't replicated that first start. And for Justin Hood, Laura, my assessment was when it does get a bit, when he needs to do something, he can.
You've kind of implied he may be
99.
not holding back. I don't think anyone holds back, but you've kind of implied that there's definitely more there to come from Justin Hood.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was trying to come across, but double 10 there.
80.
Would have been 3-1, but no panic. He'll just go through that routine now where he's just getting his thoughts together. And it usually means that your opponent kicks in with the score. Biggest pressure on this 20, not as much as there could have been.
Game's on the fourth leg.
Hood leads 3-1. He's got good supporters in here. He's got lots of people watching. But it is all about him throwing them darts. He looks cool, calm and collected. There's Justin Hood at this moment.
94.
Yeah, we've often said it's perhaps doesn't get that personality, Justin Hood, that he's got out on the stage, but I think that's just part of his game. He holds it all in, keeps it all together.
100.
Well, for Daniel Albee, the situation's quite straightforward now. He had his back against the wall last night and showed real fight and determination
53.
to win his last 3 games. Well, in this one, he needs to be immaculate with his 3 last legs here and win this game, and then hope that Robert Thornton does him a favour in the last one.
100.
Group 2 is beginning to take shape.
60.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite clicked for Danny.
Yeah, this is where Hood usually is good. After that first time, been a couple of bounce outs tonight, which will have frustrated the players, but no reaction. Any aspiring dart player watching, just the fact that he didn't throw his arms in the air, shake his head. And that last dart went exactly where he wanted
100.
to. Nervy times for Daniel Albee.
And Justin Hood, at the moment, averaging just under 100 a dart.
And I think that's another...
41.
I didn't think it was averaging as high as that.
No, it's deceptive, isn't it? You know, it's...
134, Justin.
It's just the way he... It's his reactions. It's the way he goes about playing.
Well,
60.
There was a time when I thought Daniel Albee was out of the Group B campaign yesterday. But he fought and fought. He's doing exactly that tonight.
Daniel Albee.
He reduces the deficit to 1. Hood still leads 3-2 and throwing.
Seems like it's Justin to throw first.
Pivotal 3 darts incoming, I feel. A big score here from Hood would put an awful lot of pressure on Albee.
Yeah, Daniel Albee, he did lose that
180.
opening match yesterday, but came back and really had a tough battle with Steve West, which he won, and he had to win. And now you can see that fight that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think this is a tougher battle right now. Like I said, he didn't flinch at all when Justin Hood started with that 180.
57.
140 gave him a chance, and with Justin then going trebleless there, he's only inverted commas 100 behind.
100.
Level game. Still advantage Hood, but Albee is still in the mix here.
$94.
Can the American trump Hood?
120.
This one is the first dart has been absolutely superb. But the second one just hasn't been to his high standards. We've seen the 170 finish this week. It's always very, very special.
$99.
Yeah, just moved over to wide, and that bed didn't quite work, so 141 required, and so not happy with 41. Those at all, and understandably so. So Justin back for 71.
Double 16. And Dan Lowby is out of the competition tonight. Justin Hood and Robert Thornton will be the qualifiers from Group 2. Another very, very professional job from Justin Hood. He continues to impress us, happy feet, as he does some sort of dance there. I think it was a dance anyway, but 96.20 from the man from Somerset. It was very, very good, very solid. And look at Dan Lowby, just began to show his better darts, but it was a little bit too little too late. Excellent on the outer ring from both of them, but Justin Hood was the favourite with the bookies going into the competition, and I think he's just justified that with that sensational performance. It's a straight shootout next, a game not to be missed. It'll be Steve West against David Evans.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yes, all the action from Champions League begins Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. And I get a little bit of a feeling that Conan Whitehead might want a little bit of respect from the wall, as John Parr once put it. The former champion, well, he can join Luke Littler in that 2 winners club.
Yeah, he can, and he's obviously, he's been there before. He's got the calibre, and he played very well to win his week. But yeah, again, when you look at that field, and Daryl Pilgrim involved in it as well, it's going to be a tough week for anyone to get through.
I'm sure there's going to be plenty of dissecting and discussing that as the night goes on. But as far as this evening's concerned, well, we're 2/3 of the way through the group stage action. We know the first player through. We know the first player out. We'll begin with the player that's in. Reece Colley has come back twice from 2-0 down in his matches to come through. How would you assess his evening so far?
Yeah, I think he'll be very disappointed. Hopefully not concerned in terms of just going down by 2 legs in each one, but not just that, probably just not playing anywhere near the standard that he needed. But what is amazing is just the way that he rallied in both games, and he's pushed himself forward. He's got the 4-2 wins. He's through, and this 164 checkout was absolutely sublime. I think it just epitomises how he got better and better throughout the matches. So, but obviously now going into semi-finals, and he's going to want to make that very quick start.
And also in the context of that as well, David Evans left on 47 to break and would have then had the darts in the last leg.
Yeah, it was a tight game because Dave did the polar opposite, in my opinion. Dave started off very, very strong, opened up with a 14-dart leg, and then just after the 2 legs, being 2-0 up, just seemed to wilt. So, yeah, it's... I think when you do it under that kind of pressure, it's even more impressive, but it's the win. And obviously he's got that crowd in here as well, so I think it's kind of egging him on.
You mentioned David. He's in a must-win game. Well, him and Steve West effectively playing a knockout match now. It's knockout darts for them as the evening moves forward. When you look at their first games, who would you say is in the better nick maybe of the two?
I think if I was, if you were going to ask me who's going to win the head-to-head, Steve's already been there once this week against Fallon. Obviously, to get to this stage, Steve's a proven winner here. We know what Dave can do, but I didn't think he was overly pushed. He was amazingly consistent and did so well to get 14 out of 15 wins, but he hasn't really been pushed, and that was kind of his first challenge there against Reece. And for me, perhaps Steve just gets the edge just because of the experience that he's got on the stage.
Be interested to see how that pans out. The winner will go through to the semi-finals. The loser will depart us at the end of the evening. We'll know the 4 players through to tomorrow night's final. Goodness me, it's not that long. Through to the semi-finals from 10 o'clock this evening. Well, early on this week, we had a little bit of fun with Steve West. He took part in the latest edition of the Bullseye Challenge, where basically we're building up a leaderboard over the course of the series to see, well, who can bend it like bully, as they'd say in that film. And this is what Steve did early on this week.
Hello, I'm Steve West. This is my Bullseye Challenge.
And welcome to the MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge. That man in your picture is Steve West, the second best player in the family behind
3.
Tony. The former world master. Steve starts well. A bullseye on a 25. Just a little bit. That's more like the outside of the 25. That's Steve. Call yourself an ex-professional. What type of player are
2.
you? He's back in the 25 again, so he is. He licks his finger. He hits the 25. Surely that's the perfect marker. He's
3.
absolutely flying now. Maybe needs to be a little bit quicker. He just told me he's waiting for an operation. He can't sprint. Excuses, Steve. Come on. Yes, move across the yockey because we've got all day,
1.
Steve. Just take your time. Have a cigarette. This is poor. 15 points so far, Steve. What do you call yourself? 3 bulls
1.
I'm going to get, he told me. Not a chance. He licks his fingers again. That's been the closest bull. There we are.
2. Steve West scores 12.
So the victor will book their spot in the semi-finals. Steve West knows all about this situation. He's been there, he's done it, and he's worn the T-shirt. As for David Evans, on the hockey there now, he's looking for his first weekly win under this roof. Who's going to prevail? Let's find out with Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And around about 1 a.m. this morning, that man in your picture, Steve West, played a shootout game against Fallon Sherrick. Well, he came through that to be here tonight. And the scenario remains the same. It feels like a while since we've seen Dave Evans. And Dave Evans opened up the campaign tonight, leading 2-0 against Reece Colley. But just sort of hit the skids a little bit and just couldn't see out the game. He had a chance at the bullseye to lead 3-0. It just didn't go his way. However, when I went through, he just seemed quite chipper about himself. And he knew he was in a shootout at this point. And now joined by Laura Turner. Laura, Steve West yesterday, will he use that match against Fallon to replicate exactly the same against Stretch, David Evans?
Yeah, quite possibly. Like I say, he's been in the position before already this week, and it's quite interesting. I was kind of thinking to myself, well, 2-0 up and then losing 4 consecutive legs, but both of them were in that position, so they've both got that to think about, and both of them know that they haven't shown their best up there. But interestingly for Dave, that's only the second game that he's lost this week, so I just think for me the experience of Steve West possibly will carry him through, but with darts like these from Dave Evans, he's going to have to find his scoring boots, Steve West.
Yeah, how many times do we sort of commentate on finals night about players you seem to forget about, in the sense that David seemed to win that group. It feels like an eternity as we sit here now. He went to with family members in Swindon just to get away from the scene, just lightly threw some darts, didn't do an awful lot.
57.
It's a tough one to take when you were leading against Reese. He was an expected winner of that game. And you'd have to say, walking onto the stage against Steve West,
127.
probably just second favourite.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm right in thinking that going into tonight, Reese was the firm outsider at 9-1 to win the evening, and ironically the first one to secure his place in semi-finals.
18.
Yeah, like we said, that's been the problem so far for Steve West. His double ratio so far tonight hasn't been great. He's messed around the tops, 10s and 5s.
96.
And that'll frustrate. You try to forget that as you walk to the hockey in this situation. He knows he can do it because he's done that a million times in his life. West leads 1-0 for the first time this week. Nervy times for David Evans.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've often said it, and Steve West normally backs it up. He is a massive scorer. Holds a few records here for the most 180s hit in certain series and certain weeks. But
180.
Dave Evans fires a 180 in of his own.
Very likeable is David Evans. A real gentleman, very
60.
accommodating to speak, very understated. Like I said, I just want to see a little bit of grit from him tonight. I didn't want to put thoughts in his head. Sometimes it can be too
57.
nice. But when you get on there, you've just got to find a real steely determination about yourself, because this man is full of it. But how many times when he writes himself up does he come back with big scores?
$80.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce out there for David Evans.
Probably the last thing on Steve West's mind, but I don't know why it's on my mind, but you've got two people where they're really good friends, Robert Thornton and Steve West.
180.
You don't particularly want to play your best friends, unless you're hitting maximums like that, of course. And I was just sort of looking at the scenario for the semi-finals. Obviously, the top of Group 1
46.
will play the runner-up in Group 2, etc. And a clash between them two.
So double 14.
93.
Yeah, not happy with that. And
David Evans 138.
again, without sounding like a bit of a broken record, it is that end of legs for Steve West. He's really struggling on the doubles tonight. He will get another go.
Yeah, and that was a perfect marker, wasn't it, Lord, of the first one? That's where you can see the disappointment. Nice setup play. And you right those wrongs on the outer ring. It's just a bit of body movement when he's throwing them doubles, isn't there?
Game shot the second.
That is Steve West. Simply the best from West, because I tell you, David Evans was lurking behind. And there's the shake of the head from David Evans.
To throw first.
Clear, evident frustration.
Yeah, there's 10 points between the averages, and that 85 is kind of around the average that David was hitting in his Group A campaign. He did have the highs of around 92, 93.
43.
And a couple of lows that we won't mention. But yeah, on average, about 85. And we did say we thought that he would have to up that if he was going to make any inroads in this group.
Yeah, and like you said, and we were saying, let's not put thoughts into his mind, because maybe the only thought process he had was, I've played 15 this week and won 14. But the more people mention it to you,
77.
you try, and then all of a sudden you strive for bigger averages, when in reality, big averages will come when you least expect it. When you know you're hitting your doubles, they'll just come naturally. But right now, it's all about this man in your picture.
83.
Steve West has got real control of this match.
99.
Yeah, that score there just keeping him in it, but again, Steve West can pull away here.
Yeah, Steve West has used the ADCs for match practice as well. He enjoys going out to them. Man, the last time I spoke to David Evans, they'd done a lot of practice with players like Stephen Bunting in the area where he's from.
45.
It's all about him tonight. He's just going pear-shaped.
So tops.
Game shot
Yeah,
the further.
absolutely fantastic finish there. 118. May really have David Evans' number at the moment.
Paul against David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, smile from Steve West, just looking more relaxed now. Of course, you're going to be. But I look at David's throw. I mean, it is one of my favourite throws. And you think, how does he miss? Because everything, at least, it's so elegant. The follow-through is correct every time. You know, you would look at the two throws if you were a total without looking at the dartboard, and you think there'd only be one winner. Everything is really nice about that throw. That big
56.
Extension of their arm, but he could be coming right to the end of his campaign.
$97. 58.
Yeah, he should start downstairs on 309. He does, but the treble seven's not the desired target. But mops it up very, very nicely. It's one-way traffic so far here. Just the ideal performance so far from Steve West. 100 average, right on the button.
Yeah, and that last shot from Dave Evans left him not on a finish.
96.
So Steve West does have a bit of time as well.
$60. Stevie requires 72.
Options on 72. And because of his love for double top.
32.
For the match, that was a long
David
way.
require 106.
Well, I guess a comeback's got to start from somewhere, David. A must-hit finish. Treble 18 for double 16.
74.
Not to be. Is that the final
Stevie
dance that we
require
see
40.
David Evans throw in this competition this week?
Go
One-way traffic.
shot
Steve
on the
West
match.
wins. He is in the
Steve
semi-finals. Much respect between the pair of them, but a big whitewash win for Steve West. Hugely disappointed David Evans, who was fantastic, broke the record, equalled the record in Group A with 14 wins out of 15. As we look at the tail of the tape, it's all one way for Steve West. 96.97, 118 finish. Good on the outer ring. Steve West has finally come to the party as we go into the final game of the qualification. It's Justin Hood against Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Steve West make his way into the semi-finals convincingly as well. He got the better of David Evans by 4-0. So his campaign ends in earnest. West is into the semi-finals, and he's downstairs talking to Laura.
Yeah, hi, Steve. Firstly, many congratulations. Now, can I just ask, do you like leaving it to the last match? You seem to be becoming a bit of a kind of one-match shootout specialist.
Yeah, I don't like it, but if it works, great. I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, obviously, you've been a bit down on your performance so far over the last few days. Are you feeling a bit better about it?
My game, I don't feel like my game is where I think it should be, so no. But results-wise, yes, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally understand. You're there. You're in the semi-finals. So, things are going your way. When your back's been against the wall, you've really been able to produce a result. And, is tonight your night? Can you make it 3 from 3?
I don't know. I'm a fighter, so if I can fight hard enough and push through and get through, then great. Obviously, if it doesn't work, then it is what it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, so I think, what would it be that, is going to kind of fire up Steve? Is it the win? Is it the performance? What is it you're going to need to do up there?
Look, I'm a first start merchant, as most people say, and if that don't go anywhere near it, then I'm going to struggle. But if it goes, then no one's going to beat me.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, all the very best in the semi-final, and thank you very much, Steve.
You're welcome. Thank you.
West is back in the semi-finals, and he's looking for a hat-trick when it comes to Champions Week appearances here at the Super Series. Justin Hoods has got previous experience of Champions Week, and he himself is a couple of games away of bookmarking his return. Him and Robert Thornton both in the semi-finals, so this is effectively now a shootout in terms of qualification into the Final Four here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Thornton, this is his 9th appearance here at the Super Series. He's made it through to the final in each of his 9 appearances here at the Super Series. And it's now time for another one of our Bullseye challenges before this one gets back underway.
Hi, my name's Justin Hood, and this is my Bullseye challenge.
And welcome to the MODUS Super Series Bullseye Challenge. This is not an optical illusion. Justin Hood is actually stood up. He's not playing on his knees. I've not seen him small, but his guest this week is Snow White. He's finally found the 25s there. After that first start, instead of calling him Happy Feet, I was going to call him Sad Face. But he's finally found his range right now and beginning to fly them in. The man from Somerset even. He's finally found it. He's flying, Justin Hood. He's not as happy. Well, the referee is dopey, so I'm saying absolutely no more about the rest of them. He's finally found the ball. Another one.
4.
Sprint, Justin, sprint. I know you've only got legs, but come on, you can do it. Run for us, run.
2.
Last 3 darts, surely. That's wild. That's even wilder. Get on your stairs.
Justin Hood scores 70.
Living up to that Hood name, isn't he, with the old Bullseyes, Justin? When he takes over Robert Thornton, as I say, this is a shootout for this is a shootout for top spots in the group and a spot in the semi-finals here at the Super Series, where Robert Thornton, well, he's been here before, he's lost a couple of finals here before, looking for that elusive weekly win here at the Super Series up against Justin Hood, as I mentioned earlier on, has been there, he's done it, he's worn the T-shirt, he's looking to do it again. Right, let's get into commentary on this one. Glenn Durrant, Laura Turner, all yours.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, and one interesting thing I want to say. I'd like to get your thoughts on it as well, Laura. You've just interviewed Steve West there, and it was just, for me, was just showing signs of that, what I wanted to see from that confidence. He is best friends with Robert Thornton. Does he really want to play him in the semi-final? Does he really care, or would he rather play Justin Hood?
Yeah, I think either prospect is going to be a challenge. It's probably a question to ask Steve after, because if he's won, then that'll be his answer. But yeah, I do get it. But I think they've played each other enough, and you do have to leave those kind of friendships at the Oki. It's just one of those things that happens within the sport. It's a small community, and yeah, you will come up against some good friends.
It's Justin to throw first.
You have to. You're there to do a job.
Yeah, I always found it very difficult, Laura. I would rather have played someone different, but just to sort of remind you that the winner of this group
134.
will play Steve West, and the loser of this game will play Reece Colley. For me, Reece
38.
Colley, the player of the night so far. Good crowd with him. The comeback king. Just got a chat with David Evans there. Just consoled him more than anything because
95.
you know, all talk was about him from Group A and winning it, but he's a very realist. He just said he didn't turn up tonight, Laura, and
100.
you know, against the calibre of players that are here tonight, you can't expect to be anything but at your best. Well, one player who's at his best at the moment for me is this man. He was the bookies' favourite, and I raised my eyebrows at the time. But is he showing us at the moment the reasons why?
180.
Yeah, even that wasn't big enough to leave Robert Thornton a finish, but Champagne's shot doesn't have to go for it, and it's sensible play as much as we do like the 1-3-2 double ball 32 finish.
It just tells me he's thinking, Laura. Sometimes you get up there, especially in the first leg, and you'd be blinded by the situation. But he had a bit of a smile on his face to Justin Hunt. Yes, he's qualified. But he just looked really relaxed. No consideration of the Champagne shot. Left tops. Can he execute?
Game show
yes, he can. A lovely start from the favourite.
Hood.
Justin Hood. Never, I just don't think he's going to get the headlines. Not when you've got Robert Thornton.
Not
when you've got the Martin Adams. Not when you've got the Fallon Sherricks. He wasn't the name that was on the lips of everybody at the beginning of the week, but I identified him as a real potential winner. And what's also good, Laura, I think he did too.
And that's the opinion that counts the most. It's your opinion. You need to go in there with that confidence, whether you tell the world or not. That's your choice. But as long as you have that belief, because without it, darts is a very difficult game to win.
Yeah, he's extremely fluent. I do enjoy watching him play. But also, actually, I'm a fan of both of these players, to be fair. I mean, Robert Thornton is the guy, if I was put on the spot today, that I said was going to win it, but just because the romance of it, this story that he qualifies for so many Saturday nights, but can't get over that line. Well, he's down to the last four tonight. He's getting closer and closer, and I just sense that
100.
Maybe his experience, maybe his desire for the MODUS Super Series. Just maybe, it's Robert Thornton's night, but Justin Hood will say, excuse me, I'm still in it.
140. Robbie, 127.
Yeah, and there's all the pressure on now. This 127 now needs treble 19. So Justin Hood, it wouldn't put it past him to take this 96 out.
Justin, you require 96.
Decisions here at 76. I think that was the right route. Many players are now going the double-double route.
You require 40.
Don't expect Thornton to miss either tops or tens. He doesn't often do it until I have the mic in my hands.
Yeah, and that's unlucky there, and Glenn Durrant's top tipping
Justin, you require 40.
continues.
I think he just said does it there as he missed it. I think he probably heard the commentary from here. Tops for Hood. Durrant said nothing. 2-0. Justin Hood. So as it stands, it would be Justin Hood versus Steve West, a mouth-watering game. And Reece Colley against Robert Thornton. That would be the first semi-final.
93.
And that would take place at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. And the viewers there also join us for an exciting conclusion to this brilliant week of darts. I have to ask you, Laura, now. It's Saturday night. I'm getting excited. Champions Week next week. I mean, I've changed my mind 4 times on the win. I was even watching Daryl Pilgrim's games on the Challenge Tour today and decide maybe he's not going to win it next week. If I had to put you on the spot.
26.
Who wins it?
Yeah, me personally, I still cannot look past Daryl Pilgrim. I just think he's just got those heights, and if he can reproduce anywhere near some of the things that he's done most recently here at the MODUS Super Series, on the Pro Tour as well, then he would be who I'd be backing.
100.
An outsider?
Justin require 170.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be very odd to call Conan Whitehead an outsider considering he's won it before, but him, and I know yourself, you've mentioned Rob Grundy, but also Jim McEwen. I mean, there's a case for a lot of those players, but yeah, I just think the informed player is Pilgrim.
And who's to say the winner this week? Well, I like Rob Grundy and I like Sebastian Białowski as my value for money. So sorry to the pair of them. That means they go out on Wednesday.
92.
Interesting there. Just a little bit of frustration.
20.
We don't see a lot of reaction from Justin Hood. I think perhaps we will see a little bit more as we get to the business end because it's getting all important and much more cutthroat.
42.
Yeah, I asked the question
Justin, you've
because
acquired
I didn't fancy
72.
Robert Thornton wanting to play Westborough. At the same time, you don't want to go into the semi-final on the back of a defeat. And if this double six scores, it could be a heavy defeat. It doesn't.
66.
Still a chance for Robert Thornton, but you do not want to go into the semi-finals on a whitewash loss, a 4-1 loss.
When
30.
Justin was playing in his
Justin,
group
you've
stages, we
acquired
had this
6.
kind of theme going on that the third leg didn't quite go his way.
Aim on the
he has
further.
got it, but he did miss
Justin
quite a few
Hood.
darts at double, and it's just interesting. Just seems to go 2-0 up, drop off ever so slightly.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw
Yeah.
first. Game
Some
on.
player. Justin Hood, the only player this week where double 3 feels like treble 20 for everybody else. I'm going to get myself into trouble this week, and I'm going to get out of them doors very quickly at the end of this. But if he does win it tonight, he won't be able to catch me with £5 in his pocket. Sensational prize money to be won tonight, and then that carrot of £20,000 next week. Remember, give us a follow on social media, MSS Darts. And even better, there's a brilliant crowd in here tonight. There's still a few
60.
tickets left for next week's final. Just simply scan that. There's a small booking fee. It was an unbelievable atmosphere the weeks that Luke Littler won it. It's going to be a different winner this time. Could it be Conan Whitehead retaining the title? Could it be one of our overseas players? Come and join us next Saturday night.
57.
Yeah, real frustration creeping in here for Robert Thornton.
42.
Although I wouldn't be panicking if I was him. He knows he's through, and he hasn't probably got that adrenaline, that rush, that drive that we've seen that's carried him through to this stage so far. He will be frustrated. He's almost 20 points, more than 20 points off his best we've seen from him so far. But I just think when you get to those knockout stages, hopefully then that kind of fierce Robert Thornton will re-emerge.
Perfectly put, Laura, and couldn't agree anymore. Yeah, part of me just fancied that as the go-to, but looking like 2 wins out of 2 for Justin Hood. He's a big winner of the Group C. And that's a mouth-watering game, the thought of Justin Hood against Steve West in the semi-final. And I totally agree with Laura. This performance from Robert Thornton just lacks that real desire that is his main attribute. He knows he's through. It's tops for Hood.
58. We'll be back on 120.
Yeah, so 120 here for Thornton. That is a perfect first start. Just a little lift. Now, so often we say you have to make sure of that single number. But again, I just think he's just missing that element of jeopardy that he kind of needs to kick him into gear.
Justin, you require 20.
So for the match.
Will be required 40. Game's on the fourth leg. Robert
He knows
Thornton.
where the camera is, does Robert Thornton? A little way between, but this is just one of those games where both players have qualified. You felt the tension, you felt the real design. Every dart that's been thrown in the early games tonight, you sense the importance. This one just feels like they're going just through the routines and probably Laura Turner already thinking of their semi-final matches.
Yeah, and I can understand that. I mean, don't get me wrong, both these players are so competitive. They do want to win, but you can't force that adrenaline.
180.
Both kick off this fifth leg with 180s. It's interesting. You're seeing Justin just having a little smile,
58.
enjoying himself up there.
I like it. He's got a great personality, but also tells me that
93.
he's got that real versatility about him. He can be extremely serious. He can be blisteringly good at times.
57.
You just sense with this game that they just want it over, get themselves prepared for 10 o'clock, and then the real fireworks will start.
46. $41.
Yeah, good second dart there from Thornton.
140.
He's the kind of guy never, ever will give up.
Yeah, another treble would be nice.
133. Robbie McCoy,
Another
42.
double 16. But it's Thornton and his love of tops and tens. They just haven't
32.
worked for him in this match. I'd be hoping he's
Justin
getting rid of all his
McQuarrie,
missed doubles in
32.
this game. And Justin Hood, who has been the better player in this game for the
Game
majority of the
shot on
match.
the
And it
match,
is Justin Hood that keeps his
Justin
unbeaten
Hood.
run tonight. And he will play Steve West in the second of the semi-finals after 10 o'clock tonight. For Robert Thornton, he'll be thinking, I'm going to get back, I'm going to get prepared, forget that game, come back fighting against Reece Colley later. But it's all about the man from Somerset, a 4-1 victory, and he moves on. We'll be back after 10 o'clock, and the first game will be Reece Colley against Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Justin Hood has got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs. And we can hear from Justin now. He's downstairs with Laura.
Hi, well done, Justin. So
very much.
straight through to the semi-finals, topped the group. He had 4-2 win over Dan. He had a 4-1 win there over Robert Thornton. Seems to be a bit plain sailing so far.
Yeah, I've been relaxed since I've come in, and I've played decent, but there's still another level to come out, hopefully, in the semis and the final.
Yeah, and we've said that, and it was quite nice to see you kind of started to enjoy yourself in that last match. Is it different playing that last match, knowing that you're definitely through?
Yeah, definitely. You can go out there, even if you lose. You never want to lose, but you want to go out there and play your best game. And when you know you're through, I think you can. Like, I didn't play brilliant there, but I still beat a world-class player comfortably. So
Yeah, you really did. And you've got Steve West next, another world-class player. I mean, how are you feeling about that? How are you approaching? Is it one game at a time?
yeah, I've played Steve a couple of times. First time I played him, I think he beat me at 105 average, and he stuffed me 4-1. And then I beat him next time and stopped him getting through Champions Week. So he'd be more upset than I am about losing. So hopefully I can take my form in there and beat him again.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, best of luck, and we can go back to Henry.
Thank you very much.
Laura, thank you very much. Justin Hood into the semi-finals. And do you know what? There's just something about the way he treats the game, isn't there? That there's an Ultra Series when he's on the hockey, but he doesn't put too much pressure on himself, does he?
No, generally he's a really nice character, and something I wasn't really sure. You know, I've seen him play many times, but actually chatting to him, there's a real different side to him, and it makes him smile answering the question, and that just sort of sums up his personality. He's a great player, but at the side of him, there's a real story to tell about a real good character.
Indeed, maybe Happy Feet could be danced his way back to the jackpot once again. Right, let's have a look and tell you what's happened so far this evening, because our first 6 games have come and gone. We're going to talk about the story of the night. Let's begin with Reece Colley, because he was the first man through. 2-0 down in both of his matches, but managed to find ways of countering in that back.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange similarity to both games. He went 2-0 down in both. I just think the crowd helped. I think they were the fourth dart. It was a question that we asked before the dart was thrown. Could there be a help or a hindrance? And this 1-6-4 was just a joy. I mean, look what your opponent is on as well. They're on 47. That's for the game. Big crowd on his side. And that huge roar of celebration. That's a real big moment in the life of Reece Colley.
He looks like a man playing inspired, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and why not? He's 24-year-old. He's just represented his country, where he probably felt like the weight was on his shoulder. There's a lot of responsibility when you put that England shirt on, and I think he's probably got a lot of lessons learned from that and come back a better player, and it's good to see.
Elsewhere, Steve West lost his first game to Reece Colley, but fired back in some fashion against David Evans. It seems like when it gets to the knockout moment, the moment where it is win or bust, he finds something.
So don't you think the semi-finals are going to suit him now, because it's win or bust? In every question that's been answered, he hasn't been at his brilliant best, he'll tell you that, but with finishes like that 1-1-8, maybe he's got everybody's number.
He may well do. And I mentioned to Laura a few moments ago, he knows what Saturday night's about. He's got experience of it. He's got experience in abundances. And when you consider this format has got so many intricacies about it that many other competitions don't have, how much does good memories of something like this help?
Yeah, and the way he would answer that, probably not the way he should be, because, you know, like you said, he sort of looks at things rather negatively, which disappoints me. But yeah, you do. You know, you used to go to venues and you just really fancy the challenge when you've had good memories there before. And for Steve West, he should be talking a bit more positive now. And like I say, he's a great player, but interestingly, something I highlighted in the comms, a potential match, even in well, it's going to be the final now, against his best friend on the circuit, Robert Thornton. Could that take the edge of the both of them off? Because they both feed off that desire, that adrenaline that's going through the body, that highly motivated player when they get up there. And so there's still lots of questions that need still to be answered.
On Robert Thornton, how would you mention his appraisal of the night?
Well, it's clearly on that last game there, if he hasn't got the fire in the belly, he's not the same player. So he's already qualified. He's probably psyching himself up for his semi-final game and was nowhere near the player he was against Justin Hood. There was laughs, there was smiles between them. You don't often get that in a Robert Thornton game. I don't think there was any two worries. He put his darts down and he said doubles, but I think there was more to it. And my assessment of that game was just there wasn't that passion, that gets the best out of Robert Thornton. You won't see that type of performance in the semi-final against Reece Colley.
I was going to say, you're going to see Robert flick that switch. And he mentioned it in his interview yesterday, that the practice felt a little bit laboured at times, but when it got to the match hockey, when it got to the moments that mattered, something clicked.
All the players, you can go on that practice board and absolutely smash it, then go onto the match board and you think, what on earth has happened? And vice versa. And that's clearly been the same for Robert. He was on the practice board, things weren't going right, he flicked that switch. Well, that switch needs to be flicked, because not only has he got Reece Colley in the semi-final, he's got the majority of the crowd against him.
Didn't get the milk tray memo tonight, did you, Glenn?
No, yes, you can only see your head there. Where's your jacket, by the way?
That is ready for 10 o'clock when we join our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV for the semi-finals and finals here. And we're going to find out the final name, the final spot into Champions Week, which begins in earnest Monday morning at 9:30. And the Fawn, well, he's hoping he's a little bit like a cat that his ninth life is the one that sees him through. We'll see you at 10.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Hello everyone, very good evening and welcome along to a very loud and proud live lounge here in Portsmouth. We've got Blockbuster crowd in here this evening for Blockbuster night of darts. The last spot through to Champions Week next week is on the line here. And 4 players are left in the race for that final spot, and this is exactly what happened.
But it's David Evans that's come out the traps very nicely, very quickly. He was looking for a big game.
On the
And
first
that's a 14 dart
David Evans
to start the night for Mr. Consistent, who is looking for that big average. That's a decent, I think, what it was, rather than, I don't think I'd use the word censor. I think it was a lot of respect to Reece Colley, and Reece will have appreciated that. There's a lot of players who may have said, you can't hit this, Reece Colley. But that is for the match. That is a 1-6-4 finish, and that's a reaction of someone who just finished a fantastic game of darts. He went 2-0 down, remember, Reece Colley in this game. Look how sportsmanship David Evans is. That's the kind of man that he is. So he knows what the negatives are. He knows what he's working on.
180.
At the same time, you're walking into someone like Robert Thornton, who, one of my favourite players to watch. And like I said, when I was asked at the beginning, the romance of Robert getting through, because he's been here on a Saturday night. No, this is his 9th appearance and has yet to win one. Well, you'll see him leave tops plenty tonight. And that's the reason why.
First leg, Robert Thornton. $180. Robbie require 81.
Just gives him an outside chance, but a heavy favourite is Thornton. It is now, it's double 12. Robert Thornton gets over the winning line eventually. Come on, he shouts to the board. A 4-2 victory against a disappointing.
We have seen this once this week. Robert Thornton hit it, but won't be seeing it this time from Steve West.
96. Richard required 28. Game shot on the 5th leg. Reece Colley.
Just the man of the comebacks at the moment. He was 2-0 down in his first match, and he went on to win that game 4. There's going to be a potential straight shootout between Weston Evans and Reece Colley. Has got double 16. But a second 4-2 victory. Reece Colley is the first player through to the semi-finals. Much to the delight of that fantastic support. Once again, shake hands of the two, but it's the young man from Dudley who has been absolutely super. A long way back.
96. Justin, you require 40. Game shot on the 2nd leg.
Yeah, Justin follows up that opening leg of 15 darts with a 16 dart leg.
Double 16. And Dan Lowby is out of the competition tonight. Justin Hood and Robert Thornton will be the qualifiers from Group 2. Another very, very professional job from Justin Hood. He continues to impress us, happy feet. All about him tonight is just going pear-shaped.
So tops.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
Absolutely fantastic finish there. 118. May really have David Evans' number at the moment.
Comeback's got to start from somewhere, David. A must-hit finish. Treble 18 for double 16.
74.
Not to be. Is that the final darts that we see David Evans throw in this competition this week? One-way traffic. Steve West wins. He is in the semi-finals. Much respect between the pair of them, but a big whitewash win for Steve West. Huge. Expect Thornton to miss either tops or 10s. He doesn't often do it until I have the mic in my hands.
Yeah, and that's unlucky there, and Glenn Durrant's top tipping
Justin, you require 40.
continues.
I think he just said dozer there as he missed it. I think he probably heard the commentary from here. Tops for Hood. Durrant said nothing. 2-0. Justin Hood.
He's the kind of guy never, ever will give up.
Yeah, another treble would be nice.
133. Robbie McCoy, 42.
Another double 16. But it's Thornton and his love of tops and tens. They just
32.
haven't worked for him in this match. Maybe Hope is
Justin
getting rid of all his missed doubles in this game. And Justin Hood, who has been the better player in this game for the majority of the match. And it is Justin Hood that keeps his unbeaten run tonight.
What an evening we've enjoyed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and what a loud and proud crowd we have had to describe and enjoy all the action this evening. Describing all the action here, if they can hear me, is Laura Turner and Glenn Durrant. Guys, what an evening we've enjoyed so far. First and foremost, a lot of this crowd is here for Rhys Colley, and he really has lived up to his home billing.
Yeah, obviously, you know, it's been an amazing atmosphere so far, and it's been pretty good on the Oki as well. You know, it's been fantastic for Rhys. Honestly, it's been like this in here tonight, all night, and it is wonderful. But it's been great for Rhys, great for Steve, and everyone else that's got through to the semi-finals. They've really had to fight for it.
Is this the loudest you've ever heard this place, Glenn?
Well, definitely the best crowd. It's been a long time since I've heard one Glenn Durrant, that's for sure. So, yeah, they're melting my heart right now.
It's the first time Glenn Durrant's been on the stage, and there's been a crowd there. Right, let's round up what we have seen this evening in terms of the results. This is what we have seen tonight. As I say, Rhys Colley winning both of his matches by 4-2. He was 2-0 down in both of those games. And then in Group 1, in the other game, Steve West, he's had this proclivity this week, Laura, that when it's come to the big knockout-type matches, he's come up with the answers.
Yeah, he's had 2 straight shootouts. He had one against Fallon to make it, and then he's had another one tonight, and he's done exceptionally well in both of those, and now finds himself in the semi-final. And it was just interesting when I had a chat with him. He really just seemed to be a bit more confident. He's done what he's needed to do. He said he hasn't been at his best, but he's still in the semi-final.
He indeed is into the semi-finals. Elsewhere, Group 2, Justin Hood, Robert Thornton, both into the Saints. We'll begin with Robert first. Won his first game, okay average, but then the second one just tailed up against Justin a bit.
Yeah, it's clear that Robert Thornton, he needs that passion on this stage. He needs that real desire, that adrenaline going through his body. He knew he qualified after the second game, and I just sensed he was already planning for his semi-final. He's backstage now getting ready. You'll see the fire in the belly. You'll see a different version of Robert Thornton up next.
Right, let's break down what we have seen then so far this evening. Have a look at the brackets of the tables. Rhys Colley, top of Group 1, which the fans out to the left of us really are enjoying the look of. Justin Hood winning the second group. So that means Colley against Thornton and Hood against West in terms of our semi-final action this evening. And let's begin by previewing that semi-final between Colley and Thornton now. Robert seems to have this bit between his teeth. We mentioned so many times this record of qualifying here, but not going on and getting the job done. There seems to be a different vigour about Robert this time.
Yeah, there does, and I think you just write off that last match, okay, against Justin Hood, because he had already qualified. So, you know, he's building himself up for this match. He's lost to the round robin stage, he's lost in the semi-finals, he's lost in a final, hasn't yet made it. But I'm just wondering, with the noise in here, with the crowd all behind Rhys, you know, is that going to make a bit of a difference to Robert? I'm not sure. I think it might fire him up.
We speak a lot about sports like football, sports like rugby, where a home crowd can play such a big part. Could it be the case here tonight with Rhys?
Absolutely, and they're warming up very, very nicely. I mean, Rhys Colley will feel like $1 million out there. We did ask the question before the competition started tonight, are they going to be a help or a hindrance? So far, they've been a big help. They're really boisterous, but while the game's on, very professional, not affecting the other player. So they clearly know the game of darts as well, but the crowd are on the side of Rhys Colley. There could be his 4th dart.
Most certainly. This has been just very quickly, guys, this has been a superb crowd. Even Glenn's been able to get his moves going.
Well, honestly, they've been that good. It's reminiscent when Adam Warner qualified as well. You know, just a select amount of people. They're enjoying themselves. You know, their lad is playing absolutely superb. Imagine if he lifts the trophy.
He was good on the dance off, wasn't he, old Glenn?
Yeah, very good indeed. But yeah, like I say, it's just been a wonderful crowd. They're all behind Rhys, but there's still 2 more games to go for that person who's going to lift that trophy.
Well, Champions Week is upon us next week, and the crowd's going to be loud and proud and vibrant. If you want to be here on a Saturday night and, well, be a part of this atmosphere, this is what you've got to do. Well, I've only just got my breath back. That was incredible on the stage. And there's support in there. Home player, Reece Colley, the man for the West Midlands, has definitely brought a few down with him. But it's a big assignment. Robert Thornton looking to make it through to yet another final here at the Super Series and looking to taste glory on his 9th attempt. Right, let's get into this one. It's our first semi-final of the evening, and it's going to be watched in the company of Glenn Dunn and Laura Turner. Evening, guys.
Yeah, good evening, Henry. Good evening, everyone joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV. Yeah, we're down to semi-final stages, and yeah, I think both very tasty looking here. Reece Colley against Thornton, and I don't know about you, Glenn, but these matches, they're getting harder and harder. Obviously, Robert Thornton didn't have a great match against, I nearly said Robin Hood. It's the way he's been playing, that's what it is, against
First leg,
Justin
it's
Hood.
Reece to throw first.
But I don't think that's the
Game
measure of the
on.
man. I don't think that's what we're going to see here now.
Yeah, forget the competition. The round robin situation's over now. It's knockout darts, and I just think it plays into the hands of Robert Thornton. Does he get affected
57.
by that crowd? I was affected on that stage. They're making some noise, but what I have noticed that when the darts are being thrown, they are very quiet,
59.
which tells me they're very darting people. They're going to get behind Reece. I mean, that's what dart is about. That's what we want. That's why we ask the crowds to be here. Will they be able to spur him on? Because Robert Thornton is on the back of a disappointing 4-1 loss to Justin Hood. However, he didn't have that thing. You can see the intensity in it. He's shouting to himself already. He didn't demonstrate those qualities, those attributes that he has to get him going. It'll be very much a different Robert Thornton in this match, but the way Reece is being played just gives him a real big chance.
76.
Yeah, and I think for both these players, what a story it would be. You mentioned it earlier on in the night, and what a story it really would be for both, because Robert, this is his 9th attempt at winning one of these, 9th finals evening. But Reece, he's got his girlfriend out in the crowd.
49.
She's 37 weeks pregnant.
77.
You know, it's what the MODUS Super Series is all about.
Yeah, we said there's romance.
Game
We've also
shot
seen
the
quality
first
darts as well. Reece Colley
Colley.
is just beginning to really show the signs of the quality he was beginning to do in 2021 and 22. Very
Second against
raw,
Robert to throw first.
very talented. Started winning development tours, then won one of the biggest opens on the WDF, and then just sort of petered off a little bit. I was disappointed last time I commentated on at the MODUS Super Series, and I wasn't sure how he was going to play. He recently played in the World Cup representing his country as well, and that's a lot of responsibility on a 24-year-old, playing alongside Scott Mitchell and James Hurrell, etc. And there was a lot of pressure. I mean, I just think that's gone now, and a weight's gone off his shoulder. He's just beginning to show, and this will be a huge, huge boost to him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what the most encouraging thing so far is for Reece Colley fans is just the fact that he, his first 2 opening matches, he went 2-0 down, but he didn't just go 2-0 down. He wasn't playing well at all. I think both of them averaging under 60 in his opening legs. This is a very positive start, and this is what we said about his campaign. He really warms into a night, and that could be a bit of trouble there for Robert Thornton.
Yeah, and
60.
I don't think he's one for reputations. I don't think he'll fear Robert Thornton. I just got the sense that players like Stefan Schroeder, who's in the audience here tonight, he just sort of
100.
was in awe of Robert Thornton, probably a player he's watched on the TV, winning major titles over the years, still winning titles now. Whereas I don't get that sense with Reece. I think he has a big belief in his ability.
60.
And like you said, he's
Robbie
got
require
that
80.
4th dart in his hand, because that crowd behind him are pretty much all for him. But hasn't Robert always been against the crowd for much of his career?
40.
And the best way to silence them is to hit those double discs. Looking good for 1-1.
$140. Robbie require 40.
If this doesn't go, he's just behind Reece Colley with that set-up shot.
Game shot on the second
But
leg.
that is Robert Thornton's bread and butter. He knows how to hit tops.
And the bread and butter for me was the reaction as well. That's what we weren't getting in that
Feel like it's Reece
final
to
round
reverse.
robin game against Justin Hood. There was just that passion wasn't there. When he's at his best, he's fist pumping, he's shaking his head, he's waving his arms about. That is when you know Robert
97.
Thornton's at his best. This is game on.
$100.
And I guess these two players, over the course of their campaigns this week, haven't found themselves in the situation where they're in a match that they have to win. They qualified early through their groups.
180.
And there you can see the averages, and 101 for Rees and 56.16 for Robert Thornton, which just goes to show he's still not quite at peak level, but most important score in the match, 1 leg apiece.
I don't know if you can see where I can see, Laura, but for me, he's just relaxed. His throw is just, it's not tense. We've talked about when he's not at his best, Rees Colley, he's quite jabby. The throw is just, and right now he's super relaxed. He's in a real good place. When you get to a semi-final, you think, job well done. Anything after that's a bonus. The real winners, the real elite players get the semi-finals, and it's still a must-win. I just sense he's happy where he's at right now. And now he's producing his best starts because he was at tops away there for a 2-1 lead. Things are looking good for Rees Colley.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Robert Thornton still battling away, and you would expect nothing less from him.
100. Rees, you require 40.
Important couple of darts coming here for Rees. We've just waxed lyrical about him. But you still, when your tension comes to you, this is what can happen.
Game show on the third leg.
When it's your night, Laura, them double fives go, and it was just in the corner of the double 12 as well. And you start thinking to yourself, maybe, just maybe, it's my night.
Game on.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. It's actually against Rees Colley. Steve West found himself on double 5 on at least 3 occasions, and on every single occasion pulled it into the 5, and that is what tension can do, and that really just goes to what you were saying. He is relaxed, and he's filling up that treble 20 bet.
140.
This is the best Rees Colley I've seen so far, irrespective of the average, which also is his best so far. It's just
66.
him. He's dealing with the situation of playing Robert Thornton, number 1. He's dealing with the situation, that crowd being behind him too, and that throw just looks effortless right now. Stunner.
180. Can you stop shouting when Robert's throwing? Whoever that is, stop.
Yeah, and the referee there just calling for a bit of order. Some of the crowd getting carried away.
But I just kept my eye on Rees there.
41.
Didn't sort of get involved because party, I mean, you don't want to upset Robert Thornton. Like I said, he's one of the legends. Now, Rees could have easily turned round just to calm the crowd down, but he didn't. He just stayed in his bubble.
97.
Stayed focused. He wants to win this the right way, which he's doing.
Yeah, and this is a massive leg, and
58.
the frustration there for Robert Thornton, just not finding the treble 20.
Well, there's good and there's great, and right now Rees Colley fits the criteria that he's playing great darts. This is an outstanding performance from the young man.
5th leg, it's Rees to throw first.
That would be the average of the week so far. He looks cool and calm, Laura, and he has the dart in 2 of the last 3 legs if it goes the distance.
Yeah, and whilst I've got, you've got complete admiration. Rees Colley's just playing the board. He's focused. He's determined. If it does go the way of Rees, you just have to have a bit of heartfelt thoughts for Robert Thornton, because, as we've mentioned before, this would be the 9th time he's made finals night. And I think it again goes back to that romantic idea that, it's just, is it his turn?
It's just sometimes you look at for Robert, but actually, shall we just give credit to his opponent here?
100%.
He has been amazing, Laura.
100%, yeah. And, you've just got to look at those statistics. There's been 8 ton pluses for Rees. 4 140 pluses, 4 180s, but no tons.
There's such a big prize outstanding out there. Obviously, we're trying to create the excitement there. It's been dealt with. The situation, like I said, the most important thing for Rees right now is just to stay focused in the game. Robert's probably been there, seen it and done everything. Like I said, it's not what we want to see. But like I said, Rees is just getting his thoughts, his composure together. He's got total and utter control. But he even gets to a stage there where there was part of me where I don't even want to win this leg because I don't want to win it by how you feel as default. Like I said, he's got some people who have travelled down with him. It's been dealt with the situation. but still part of him will be very apologetic if he does get over the line, and you can see Thornton's raging.
24. Which require 129.
Yeah, when you hear those voices and, you know, those sounds, they can stand out.
It's a sad end to this match because it's not the way that Reece would want to win it. For me, he's been absolutely brilliant, and I hope this doesn't spoil what is a really big moment in the career of Reece Colley. That's how big this is. A game away to be in Champions Week. He's a game away from $5 grand.
25. Which requires 72.
Yeah, well, this would be for the match.
Well, let's stick to the darts. It's tops for the match.
52.
Just drops a little bit low, but he will be back.
Yeah, Robert Thornton, the competitor he is, trying to tee
116.
something up.
Yeah, couldn't leave
Which
that finisher.
requires
A
20.
25 would have done that. So at least 6 darts for Reece Colley. He started the night very ropey, very slow. Like I said, a focus must remain because that's difficult to get through.
No score.
And one big score from Robert Thornton, Ian, who knows?
Yeah, and we've said it so often, haven't we? Sometimes that last dart is the most difficult.
55. Reach required 20.
Again, the pressure seems evident on Reece. He hasn't been helped with the situation. But Reece Colley is in the final. He's the first player to play for that $5 prize. He shakes the hands of Robert Thornton. He walks off in a little bit of disgust. The referee and Reece chat about the situation. Reece Colley has big moments coming up. He's got good people around him. Let's stick with the darts because that was an outstanding performance from the man from Dudley. 96.20. He stepped up there against the real legend of the game and put on a terrific performance. And Reece Colley is in the final. But who will he play? A real headline act up next. A big, big game between Justin Hood and Steve West.
Well, we'll find out the answer to that question around about this time next week. Who's going to lift that big jackpot, that £20,000 top prize at the Super Series? It could well be Reece Colley, because he's still in the equation. He's still in the mix. He got the better of Robert Thornton before the break by 4-1 in our first semi-final, holding his nerve, keeping his composure to seal victory in the end. So he's the first man through to the final. The second semi-final features Justin Hood and Steve West going toe-to-toe to the Oki. Let's head downstairs and to Laura and Glenn in commentary. I just want to first off touch upon that first semi-final with Reece Colley and Robert Thornton. And Reece did very, very well to keep it together in the big moment there, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought he was absolutely fantastic, to be honest with you. And he came out, he's had some slow starts this week, and that was a thing that concerned me because Robert Thornton is such a good front runner. But he just stayed in. And what identified for me was how relaxed his throw was. We've seen that throw let him down slightly, especially when he came on to the doubles or in high-pressured situations. But he dealt with everything. It was a very mature performance and a very impressive one to boot.
As you say, maturity is, I suppose, something that we talk about with players of his age, Laura. And I suppose that could be a moment. Sometimes in sport, you've got to overcome hurdles, and he looked like he overcame one there.
Yeah, he really did. I think, obviously, it was notable there. There was a bit of crowd participation, and that's to be expected. They're here to support. It's a shame that it kind of ended, but that's, I go back to what Glenn said there. Really did show signs of maturity. You know, he played very, very well. He was averaging up to that, going for that last double, he was averaging just under 105, and that's good enough to beat most players.
Most certainly. Guys, we'll get your thoughts on the second semi-final in just a second, because you're both going to be on commentary for it, and it's going to feature Steve West in action up against Steve West. Justin Hood, Steve West, our second semi-final here at the Super Series. Hood's already made it through the Champions League in Series 3. West is looking for a hat-trick of it. And to talk you through all the action, let's hand back to Glenn and Laura.
Yeah, thanks again, Henry. Sometimes in darts you get the classic 50-50 game. And I was just really pleased as in that introduction to this one that you weren't going to ask me to pick a winner, because I really am on the fence with this one, and that's something that I try not to do. I'm a big fan of both players. Justin Hood, I just think whenever he's been asked the questions, he's had the answers. And for Steve West, is he just peaking at the right time? Openly admitted he's not in the best form that he wants to be, but just getting better. Big smile on his face, which is a good sign for me. And Justin Hood, the man from Glastonbury, a real good character of the game. Once again, also has that determination to succeed against Steve West, who's been there, done it, and got the T-shirt. A big sign for me early, Laura, is how relaxed Steve West looks.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Yeah, you're a referee there, Owen Binks. And yeah, I totally agree. I think both of these players, I spoke to Justin earlier, and they're just enjoying it.
59.
And I think the key thing for me, especially in terms of Steve, is he hasn't been at his best, but he's still in the semi-final, and he knows what he can do. He's scoring well.
97.
Perhaps just not so sharp on the doubles. If he can just address that, then there's no reason why he can't go 3 from 3.
I'll tell you one thing he has addressed, Laura. When he's been involved in a match where it's a shootout, effectively, he's won it this week. He had a game against Fallon last night where the winner was here tonight and the loser was going home.
60.
And his first match against David Evans tonight in that real decider, he came through that with a big 4-0 victory. Now it's all knockout darts now.
140.
Seeing that terrific performance from Reece Colley, but I think both of these players will think, I wouldn't mind playing Reece in the final. I think they'll have expected Robert Thornton to qualify. And the fact it is Reece, they'll fancy him. Maybe they'll see this as their final.
Yeah, perhaps, but with a performance like Reece just put in,
whoa,
he can do that again. He's going to be a challenge, but that's the first 180 of the match, and it goes the way of Justin Hood, who's down to 42 after just 12.
140.
There's a real realisation there from Steve West. He looks up and Justin Hood's on 42 after 12. Double 18 the shot. Double 18 is what he hits. 14 down to Justin Hood. Continues to impress.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Won't be too much panic yet for Steve, because that was a holder throw for Justin, but he is now where he needs to make his move and didn't find a treble on that visit.
Yeah, the fact that he's experienced, but look, as an analogy, This is like a runner doing a 60-metre sprint. I mean, best of sevens, these players are used to playing longer games, so panic can set in. It's the real good players that don't panic. It's a good thing to have in your armoury that you don't. He's 1-0 down, Steve, but he's been in this situation a million times, but not always against players of the calibre of Justin Hood. He was the bookie's favourite before a dart was thrown.
100.
We raised our eyebrows when we saw that, but they're not often wrong.
Yeah, and interestingly, someone like Justin, he's openly admitted he goes under the radar at times and quite likes going under the radar. But say the performances he's put in so far this week, he's
100.
He's definitely not doing that.
$136.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you just want to sit back and forget that you've got a mic in your hand and enjoy it. It's both players are at ease. Both players are finding the treble.
39.
One's just over the 100 average. One's just below. It could be just moments where you get one dart or a double. And that could be the difference, because Justin Hood, looking at 62, may just have one dart or a double.
He will have two. Just checking it is in. It's just in the top corner.
Game
shot. Yeah, has two, but just needs the one, and it's 2-0 to Justin Hood. Yeah, with 2 legs in, but that is an impressive start from Justin. 107.36.
Yeah, which equates to 2 darters. Super
96.
consistent. Super quality from Justin Hood so far. All done in a very cool, calm manner. Very impressive performance from Justin Wood.
140.
As we have a little look at the throw there. Very simple once again. And what I see there, just how relaxed it is. You would think there's not an awful lot wrong can go with that.
58.
That point of the dart is virtually touching the ceiling, so he arcs the dart in. As you can see with Steve, very more direct, so the dart will do an awful lot of work at the beginning of the throw. Awful lot going on with the fingers as well. It's like it's playing the piano as that dart goes back.
You have described him as one of those players that just plays off feel.
180.
Once again, that was the word I was looking for. He should start down the 19s. 1306 is a treble. He has options of going back upstairs. Another one of them would be nice.
99.
So it's definitely advantage West. At least 6 darts from 81. He'll want to put it to bed to reduce this deficit.
41.
We'll give the game a lot of balance, because this would be for a breaker throw for West.
$131.
Justin Hood really does use the entirety of the board. I feel this is an important dart for Steve. Needs to go.
Game
yeah,
shot.
And he does get it third dart of asking.
That was a better dart than it looked. The first two were a little bit high, wide and handsome. I think at the back of his mind he's thinking,
Steve to throw
I've
first.
got one problem this week. It's been just problems on the doubles.
Game on.
And we're just in Hood, sat behind on 76. I feel that was a better dart than it looked, Laura.
Yeah, I agree. And arguably in Steve West's opening match, which was against Reece Colley, he just really struggled so much on the doubling. He actually got 2 from 21, ended up at around 9%. So
100.
He knows that's the element of the game, and I think when they start going, it just builds that confidence. Then you stop thinking about it. But when you start missing, you think, oh, not again.
100.
Yeah, you sort of tell yourself you're not going to hit it. You tell yourself this is where I'm weak. And just over the shoulder there, with a light blue t-shirt, and Stefan Schroeder, who's probably learned an awful lot about himself. He's got a couple of friends over here. It would have been nice for him to sample this experience, but he'll be bigger and better for that.
100.
There he is with the 180 sign, Stefan Schroeder. Mixing it with the best.
130. Stevie Rock 121.
Well, 1-2-1 goes here, and we've got a level game. So double 18. Immaculate finishing there from Steve West, and we are at 2 apiece. Yeah, we said it
Fifth
would
leg
be
is Justin
competitive.
to
We said it would be
throw
hard
first.
to choose between them. And look at that. There is hardly anything to choose.
$60. $100.
Well, Steve West, the 2-0 down, could have easily panicked. We use the word experience because he'll have been 2-0 down before.
140.
Sometimes you've just got to go back in your history to remember a game where you were so far down, and it's been pretty immaculate since. This is a performance from two players
140.
right at the top of their game right now. Steve West is just averaging now over 103, and Justin Hood is just shy of 101. Maybe just a little bit of magic is going to be the difference between these two players.
Yeah, once again, very good setup play there from Justin Hood. Leaves himself 170.
140. Justin Hood 170.
Steve West leaves himself back on 121. Saw that go the leg before.
105. Stevie Rockmore 121.
Big moments in this match, and he misses the big number.
81.
He hit the treble
Justin
11
Rockmore,
earlier for that
65.
double 14. How important will that miss be? Well, very important is the answer, because Justin Hood didn't even get involved. This is a superb game. But that missed dart, he didn't give himself an opportunity to bully. He could have very easily, Steve West, have hit the big 11. But you go on autopilot, and you'd automatically think treble 11, double 14. But under those circumstances, Laura,
100.
is it a possibility? Should he just gone for the big 11 bull? Or am I talking hindsight again?
Yeah, I agree. I think whatever happens, you need to make sure of that single number.
81.
As we're getting to that business end, that would have been massive, because that would have been 3-2 to Steve West if it had gone. You've just got to give yourself a chance at a target.
180.
180 number 3 there for Steve West, just raising his average to 106. Justin Hood just over 101.
97.
This has been a highly competitive match.
Yeah, full of quality. And the game of the week so far. You just sense when the semi-finals come around,
41.
it's no more hiding places, it's knockout darts. And Reece Colley was averaging round about 106 going into the finale of that game. And both of these players are doing exactly that.
100.
I think it's a match like that deserves to go the distance.
Yeah, and it's looking like it will. Another one of those for Steve West.
100.
Quite what he wanted, but still comfortable enough.
I
100.
expected him to 80.
Just, I'm not so sure about the 1, 2, 3 first, unless it's just me. May not even get there anywhere, because Steve West is double 10 away.
70.
But his missed darts at the double are the one thing
Justin
that will frustrate him,
123.
irrespective of what happens this week. Can it be as easy as 1, 2, 3?
Treble 18. Yeah, just drops a bit low there. So Steve West back to make this a level
45.
match, but it's not.
Stevie required 10.
A dart player's favourite, double 5.
Don't hit the big 5, you'd be thinking that's the perfect marker, surely. You have to be aggressive.
No score. Justin requires 78.
That's what can happen. We said just the difference between these two could be the width of a wire. Justin Hood is going to get a dart for the match. It's double top with Justin Hood.
58.
Yeah, just clattered
Stevie
into that
required
one.
10.
Was a bit of a blocker. Tried to move to the side, but Steve West back for double 5. Yeah, and did exactly what he said. Don't pull
No
into the
score.
single. It is awkward.
Justin, you require
Is
20.
that the last dart we're going to see from Steve West? Justin Hood has been superb in this game.
No score.
Well.
Stevie required 10. Game
Understandable
shoulder, sit
nerves,
flare.
tension, but little raise of the
Steve
hand and a
West.
smile between the pair. There has been great sportsmanship between the groups here this week, and you can just see
7th
again
and
there,
final
just
against
wishing each
Justin
other
to
the best of
reverse.
luck
Game
in
on.
this sudden death leg.
And I'm always intrigued with the first 3 darts. When you've got the darts, Steve West can be celebrating, think, I should be out, I should be off that stage. But if you can hurt him with a 140 and a 180, you're back with the ascendancy. That's exactly what Justin Hood did. Wow, Steve West says. He was feeling $1 million 20 seconds ago. Now,
62.
It's in the hands of Justin Hood again. That last treble 20, though, Laura, a bit of a saviour.
Yeah, just salvage something. And Justin Hood falling into the ones himself.
40.
I get the impression this isn't going to be nervy. Might be a bit tense, obviously, as we get to that finishing line. But you know, they both still look relaxed. Their throws still look the same, and that's good for the match.
Well, Steve West was out, in my opinion, after those 2 big ones. But he just, that treble 20, I just thought, interesting. And then that score of 40 from Justin Hood. And he's trebleless again here.
86.
What a big dart that could be for Justin Hood. He's 110 points ahead. He needs one of his trademark big scores, Steve West.
100.
He's back in it. Nothing to separate. 3-3. 2-3-5 for Justin Hood here. You may see him go with the bullseye on the last dart. Should do.
65.
Yeah, and again, it's just got such good board management, Justin Hood. Knows how to set up a shot, and Steve still searching out a treble, and again saves himself with that last dart to leave himself on 160.
It would be a special way to win it with a 170. It can't be done, but second best is at least a treble 19.
58.
All of a sudden, is Steve West's favourite for this match. He's been second best for the majority, and he'll even tell you he should have been out during that 5th leg.
100.
It's like a cat with 9 lives.
112.
What a big moment here for Justin Hood. 1-1-2 is a nice finish, but not when your opponent sat on 60. May see him go treble 8. It looks like he's going to persevere in the treble 20. Gets it. Sensational dart.
96.
Yeah, but that was wild.
Steve requires 60.
Steve West now staring down 60 for the match.
Tense moments. He looks relaxed. He looks focused. Steve West versus Reece Colley in the final tonight. I'm not sure how Steve West got over that winning line, and Justin Hood will be kicking himself. That'll be tough to take for a while. But for Steve West to be thinking, I should be going home now. But no, you're not, Steve. You're in the final with a very juicy match against Reece Colley. It had a bit of absolute everything. It's full of quality throughout. Both averaging just shy of 105 for the majority. It got a little bit nerve at the end. Some big finishes, some big scores, but it's Steve West that held his nerves. The final tonight will be Steve West versus Reece Colley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have ourselves a final. It's Steve West against Reece Colley for the final spot in Champions Week on Monday morning. Laura Turner and Glenn Down have been in the commentary box for both of our semi-finals. And I've got to say, Laura, how is Steve West still doing this? How many more times, is he going to dodge bullets in this competition?
Look, it doesn't really matter, I'm sure, from Steve West's perspective, because he has gone through those sudden death legs, those sudden death matches, and he has found a way through. I mean, Glenn and I, we both kind of said we really thought it was Justin's there to take, but Steve found a way, he dug in, and he's in the final.
He's one of the most courageous players we have here, isn't he, Steve West?
Yeah, what he'd be thinking is you don't often win a competition without going through something. It's not often everything is so, especially something like this at the MODUS Super Series. And sometimes when you had a match like that where he was ready to walk off the stage, he'd have gone off in disgust. Justin Hood looked unbeatable. But he was still there, got more chances, ended up taking, and sometimes you think, well, nothing else can go wrong now. I think he'd be feeling better out of the two of them, believe it or not.
Could he possibly be the Chris Mason names on pot?
Well, look, it doesn't really matter, and I think Chris was the one to kind of coin the phrase that they don't put averages on trophies. But, in fairness, Steve hasn't played bad. I just think in that last match, Justin was just so good for such a long amount of time, but Steve rallied, he found a way. Again, those doubling issues came in, but when he got the opportunity in the end, he took it, and that's the one that counts. That's normally the hardest one, getting across that line, and Steve just knows how to do it.
Reece Colley has won a big title in the amateur game. He won the British Open last year. That's going to be the reason why he's going to be at the WDF World Championships in a few weeks' time. But if he can win this is another big tick off his list. A player that we've spoken about for years, about his talent, about his potential. This is a big moment for the young man. Yeah,
we stood here at 7 o'clock tonight, and he was the outsider of the six to get to the final. You could see he's a surprise. He came through that Group C. He showed flashes of brilliance. And I tell you what, in that semi-final, he looked so relaxed. His throw looked really beautiful. And he could give Steve West some real trouble. It'll just be what's on his mind, is that time to reflect. And sometimes you're thinking, my God, I can win the MODUS Super Series. I can be in Champions Week. Like I said, his partner's here as well. She's 37 weeks pregnant. What a story that would be. Yeah, it's unbelievable. He's got a tough ask against Steve West.
Steve West has won the bullseye in the practice room. How important could that be in this short course game?
Yeah, we've said it before. It is always important. It can kind of be important for one reason or another, because if Steve doesn't get off for a good start and Reece does, then he loses the throw and he's on the back foot straight away. But it's when it gets to that business end, that 3-all, it can make a huge difference. But in this kind of latter stage of the tournament, it's kind of anyone's. I don't know what you think, but it feels very close again.
Yeah, I was thinking that possibly the Reece has won the bullseye. Maybe Reece hasn't thrown darts for 20, 30 minutes. Steve's nice and fresh. We're only talking best of 7 games here. I guess in that scenario, I think I'd rather be in the camp of Steve West, really, because he's still warm from that game. It's a bit similar to a professional player just going off for a break for a moment. He'll be back and he'll take some beating, Steve West. But look, Reece Colley has been the player of the night by far for me, and it would be some story if he gets over that winning line.
Well, the victor will book the final spot through to Champions Week, which begins in earnest on Monday morning. And it was back at the beginning of August when Matt Clark made his way through. The 12th name is going to be sealed, but one man who's not going to be there is the 2-time champion. But one man looking to make it Mr. 2-time is Conan Whitehead. And he said when he won his week here with the trophy in his hand, it's going to be Co, 2-time champion.
Yeah, I was here that week, and he definitely meant it, and that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. He loves it here. He said it himself. He knows what it is to not just win a week, but win a series. And that's, that's experience that no one else in the field is going to have, winning an actual Champions Week. So, yeah, he's going to be one to watch, but, yeah, I've got a feeling there's going to be some fierce competition for that prize.
Everybody's spoken about Daryl Pilgrim. Many people have him off as the favourite. We'll talk about him in just a second, but is there anybody in the list of winners so far that you look at and think maybe hasn't been spoken up as much and maybe should be?
Yeah, of course, North East. Rob Grundy, he's still playing very well, averaging big scores. I like the look of Sebastian Białowski as well. I think he's a real top player there. I mean, there's such an eclectic mix there. We've got the the non-UK players, that would be, I watched Anton Ostlund one and I could just feel it. He dived, he kissed the dartboard. That would be some story. And like you said, you've got the unpredictable players like Chris Quantock and Marino Michaels. Then you've got the really solid players like Matt Clark and Jim McEwen. It's got a real nice mix about it. But for me, Daryl Pilgrim is just a stride along the rest of them. But the other 10 may disagree with that.
But can that pressure weigh heavy on the shoulders, Laura?
Yeah, but I think, if I've watched what he's done when he's been here and what I've seen him play away from the Super Series or on Pro Tours and Challenge Tours, he seems to be starting to kind of live up to that, and it doesn't seem to be phasing him. He's having more and more experiences at the top end of the game, and he is converting them. He's had record averages here. He's been outstanding. So I think, yes, there can be a weight of pressure, but I don't necessarily think that's going to bother Daryl.
Luke Little handled the pressure very, very well as a hot favourite. Daryl Pilgrim's got that to deal with. It is a big pressure. I know going into things like Lakeside where you'd expect it to win when you're a #1 seed, etc. But I just think he's got that throw that can just get him through that. But there's other players out there who'll be heavily in practice now. They'll be match sharp. They'll be ready. Challenge Tour is on this weekend as well. Daryl Pilgrim hasn't dominated Challenge Tour. So all to play for. It's a fantastic week. So I can't wait for it to start.
Records tumbled when he won week 2. The highest ever weekly average in the history of this competition, 96.1. The highest ever average, 122. And he also nailed a 9.
Well, Pilgrim's done everything this week, hasn't he? You wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180. Wow, and wow again. I just make it 6, Daryl. Whoa!
Staggering.
180.
Most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening it all day. Daryl Pilgrim. What a sensational finish.
At the MODUS Super Series HQ.
180
for the match. And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with a record average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it.
So, Daryl Pilgrim going to be one of the players into Champions Week, but one more place still to be confirmed. It is Steve West in action up against Rhys Colley for that big prize, for the £5,000, and for that final spot at Champions Week. Who is going to prevail? Well, 11 players have picked that up in Series 5. There's just one final question mark in that particular roster. Who is going to pick that up? Who's going to be back next week for Champions Week? That man there, Steve West, has been there. He's done it. He's won it on 2 occasions. He's looking to become the first player to make 3 consecutive appearances there. Up against him, Rhys Colley, the youngster from the West Midlands, the former British Open champion, looking to be a Super Series champion. Watching this one in the commentary box is Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. At 9:30 a.m. on Monday, it was Martin Adams that threw the first dart, and it's had so many ups and downs. A week full of quality, lots of drama, incredible scoring, and sensational finishing. We've seen the big fish, we've seen 180s, but it comes down to these 2 players. And Steve West in your picture probably thought he was on his way home about 10 minutes ago because Justin Hood had darts to beat him, to take him out, but sometimes you just need that luck against maybe the surprise package to many people. Rhys Colley has been brilliant tonight. Player of the night for me so far. But he's at the final furlong of this race now. And can he continue to gallop to the line? It's a big ask against Steve West. He's been in situations like this many, many times in his life. And he'll be using every sinew of energy to get over the line. Tough one to call, but maybe just experience for me in that man, Laura Turner.
Yeah, I think the same. I think he's got the experience. He's got the want and desire to be in that group of people that's, has won 3 of these MODUS Super Series events over 3 separate series. Quite an elite list.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yes, let the darts do the talking. The hugs are over. Now it's focus, power and determination. Steve West won the bull, and in a best of 7, that can be quite pivotal, especially if it gets really tight and close. And can Rhys Colley just let them darts do the talking? That looks a nice enough throw to me.
55.
He has demonstrated nervy darts throughout the week, Laura. But when it gets to a final, you would think these players are really nervous, but actually, this is tendency where they play the best darts.
140.
Yeah, I think that was demonstrated as well with the semi-final that Rhys played and beat Robert Thornton. Was averaging up and around 105 for the majority of that match. Just a few niggles at the end, which at the doubles, which just brought the average down. But the overall performance was outstanding. Whereas I would say 41. Steve West was almost the polar opposite. Found very good patches of play, but he had a few issues on the outer ring and somehow managed to get past Justin Hood.
85.
He just looked a little distracted. When he walked into that final, you just need to be in that world. I just used to try to find a place where I know then I'm ultra focused. Where, do you know, Steve West was just sat in his chair. He looked really relaxed, and it just looked like another game at the office. When in reality, this game can mean so much. The winner obviously gets the £5,000, which is very, very nice in its own right. But this time next week, they could be playing for another £20,000.
60.
Yeah, we've commented before, other than that match in the semi-final for Rhys, he has been a bit of a slow starter. Again, won't panic too much because the darts are with Steve West. It's that second leg when it's your throw. If you do lose the opener, that's when you really do need to find some form.
He didn't want to finish on a bull, so he's gone the treble 16 for double 8.
56.
So what he's pretty much saying is, Rhys, you can't check out on 154.
I was going to say he did check out on a 164 in his win over David Evans in the opening match of tonight. But
Stevie requires 16.
Well, Steve hasn't been great on his doubles.
Game shot on the first.
And that will be a real relief to him because the other aspects of his game seem to be in good order. It's just when he's got down to them doubles where he's had a few problems. He looked calm. He looked ready. He looked like he knew what he did to win this match. I think it's very much in his hands because Rhys Colley is just a little bit erratic for my liking and nothing at all like the performance he put on in the semi-final.
$140.
And Steve has been in this position before, and say this week, I wouldn't say he suffered a few scares, but he has been put in a position where it is a must-win match, and in fairness, this one itself is a must-win.
Yeah, penny for your thoughts for Justin Hood, because it could be him that was 1-0 up at this point. He just, yeah, I mean, you talk about falling at the final furlong, but I think with a stride to go to the winning line, he did the splits.
47.
Yeah, I had a quick glance at him when we went through the players' room, but true to form, he was still not completely dejected, as you would expect from Justin.
Was that very close to a blind 180 there from Steve West? My eyes might have been deceiving me. I'm sure he was looking away on that last one. That is a sign of confidence. Something I sensed as he was walking to the hockey where
81.
I just felt Rhys was looking a little distracted. But he's been 2-0 down before this week, Rhys, and fought back. However, he's got a different commodity in this man in Steve West.
Yeah, and again for Reese, he's not finding the levels that he's going to need.
Stevie required 32.
Steve West now looking at 32 to go 2-0 up.
Game shot was second there.
Yeah, and this is the element of this game that we've mentioned before that hasn't been firing on all cylinders. No, he's 2 from 5, 40% on doubles, and most importantly, he's 2-0 up and has the throw.
$43.
And this is where we've seen Reese before. He's been 2-0 down, just start to find some form. And at first, dart looked good, but couldn't follow it through.
100. $60.
There's a case of me that Steve is just too comfortable right now. Very reminiscent of Robert Thornton. For me, he just needs that fire in the belly.
140.
Reece Colley has demonstrated that he can come from behind. He's got the comeback king. He's done it twice already today. This would be a hat-trick of wins coming from 2-0 behind.
100.
Steve just needs to be and remain focused.
I'm not sure I would call it a tactic, but it's almost like Reese can lull them into a false sense of security, make them very comfortable, and then produce some of his best starts, because this is the best leg for Reese off the match so far.
Yeah, I think he felt very uncomfortable in his game with Robert Thornton because
58.
The atmosphere was electric in here and clearly affected Reese as well, but he just seems to have got his concentration together.
103.
The play team would have been to reduce a deficit, but no panic, no dramas. West is back on 240.
Yeah, shake of the head there, but I don't know if it was more because he had to bend down and pick up that dart.
70. Reach required 80.
Well, he's done a couple of cheeky ones. I'm pretty sure he'd done a blind 180 earlier. And now he's hit a double 15 to leave the big fish. Did Reese notice that?
14.
Yeah, I think he would have. Whether it really would have affected him that much, because this is still a big ask for Steve West. But if anyone can do it, it's him.
Yeah, you would expect the magnitude 44. Of this game. The MODUS Super Series, the final person to qualify, that Steve would be.
No
score. It seems to be working for Steve. This
Steve
relaxed feeling that he has, this relaxed throw. Forget averages now. This is all about that trophy, and he's double 6 away. That is Steve West. The finger point tells you everything, and is that the beginning of the end?
Fourth leg, it's Reese to throw first.
Yeah, well, Reese really did create an amazing opportunity for himself there. That would have been a break of throw. He would have needed at least another break of throw if he was going to win the match. But it surprises me because he looks quite comfortable, Reese, but just not finding those levels. And Steve West there, it's almost like he knows. We've said before, Steve West is one of the big characters in the game, and just the way he teed up 170 using that double 15 just makes a little bit of a statement, and you can try and ignore it. You really want to kind of hit 60. Back and win the leg, and Reese just wasn't able to.
Yeah, from the walk-ons, for me, there was only ever going to be one winner. This man, I've never seen him so relaxed all week. He is looking away again, but this time it's the 1-2-1. And not only is it affecting Steve, making him feel good, it's making Reece Colley think, you know, Matt, your opponent's so relaxed here. He's playing cheeky darts.
45.
Yeah, and it is working for Steve. He's back in that red bit once again. And this is what he's so good at.
135. $123.
Yeah, disappointing performance from Reece Colley. I think he'll be gutted. He had an incredible experience in that semi-final with Robert Thornton where he produced his real A game. But this has been like an exhibition game to Steve West. Doubles, blind 180s.
95. Stevie required 40.
For the match. And he's simply the West.
And
Steve
the Week
West
12
is that final
MODUS
piece of the
Super
MODUS Super
Series
Series
champion,
Series 5 jigsaw.
Steve
And we will see him
West.
next week in that top 12 players, and Steve West now becomes a real big player next week. He has the experience, he has the talent, and he has absolutely everything about his game. For Rhys Colley, it was all about experience, but there was only one winner in that semi-final. At times it felt like an exhibition with doubles all over the place, blind 180s. He looks super relaxed, Steve West, and he'll take that form into next week. The 126 being the real highlight. That was the real poison chalice for Rhys Colley, who's had a great week. He'll learn from that. But it was all about Steve West, and he qualifies for Champions Week.
Steve West, an emotional moment. He's the first player in the history of this competition to make it through the Champions Week on 3 consecutive occasions, and you can see what it means to him in the background, just hugging family, hugging some friends, and soaking up what's a real moment. He's going to come and join me on stage now. Steve, take the adulation, take the adulation. Many congratulations. I'll give you one of these.
Thank you.
If I just pop you over in, Steve, you do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. Right, we've done it. We're having this conversation again, Steve. It's the 3rd time we've had this conversation.
We didn't do this.
We didn't do this. No, but we are here. We are doing this, and you're back in Champions Week. Just sum up how you feel.
I'm over the moon. I've played rubbish all week, and I'm in Champions Week. I can't describe how it feels. It's great.
What does that say about you then, if you feel like you haven't played at your levels but can still get through a week like this?
I think I should stop thinking. I think I should stop thinking about anything and just play the game.
Was that almost how you felt in the final? Because you're taking it with obviously they had the blind 180 and things like that.
Yeah,
Was it?
look, it's easy when you know what you're doing. It's not easy when you start thinking about stuff. And I didn't think about anything. I just throw.
Right, I'm going to ask for a little bit of your secrets here, Steve, because you've been here in 3 series. You've qualified for Champions Week in 3 series. What's the magic touch?
The missus. I'm going to say that. The missus. She's got me 100%. And she keeps me on a level. And she knows, look, I don't throw darts from day to day, from week to week. I don't do it. But she makes me do stuff. And this is why I'm here.
You mentioned your partner, Michelle. How important has she been? Obviously, you dropped off the tour last year. Obviously, you're waiting things like hip replacements and things like that. How important, how much of a rock has she been during the times that probably haven't been as steady?
I'll be honest, and really, it's probably going to upset a few people, but 3 years ago when I met her, if I didn't meet her, I probably wouldn't be here now. I wouldn't be here now.
And in terms of your darts now, how happy? You look like you're in a happy place. Is this the happiest you've been for a long time with the sport?
100%. Listen, I've got 2 children in Holland. I've got a grandkid with my oldest boy. I've got a grandkid on the way with my 2nd oldest boy. And thanks to Michelle, that's all come together. And I'm like, do you know what? It's the happiest time of my life. Happiest time of my life.
And happiest time and a successful time of your life. Obviously, we've seen you on the professional circuit for so many years. Obviously, now here at the Super Series. How would you compare the success you've had now to other times in your career when you've been successful?
This is the best time of my life. Literally, this stuff means so much to me. Not because it's top of the top or whatever it is, but I'm enjoying it. And I mean, I'm loving life. I'm loving darts. I'm loving the game. But I'm also loving my family and the time I get free to spend that with my family.
And so, back to Champions Week next week, and it's going to be a quick turnaround for yourself now. Steve, obviously, we don't know if you're going to play Monday and Thursday. We'll get that confirmed, obviously, in due course when the groups gets. We'll try and make sure. But obviously, quick turnaround for yourself. So, what's going to be the planning, if you can plan for that eventuality?
I've already booked a week off work, so I'm already halfway there. But listen, hopefully, I'm in Group A and I'm playing all week because obviously it benefits me to be practicing. Because if I go home tomorrow and don't play until Thursday, I won't throw a dart. So it benefits me to come back.
Well, Steve, you know what time it is now, don't you? I'm going to take that microphone out of your hand and I'm going to let you take aloft that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the last man into Champions Week, simply Steve West. Steve, I'll tell you what, one more round of applause for Steve West, everyone. We'll let him have the adulation. Let him take the stage. There he is. Well done, Steve. We'll see you next week. I'll tell you what, it's the first trophy I've ever won. I'm going to bring Laura Turner and Glenn Durrant on stage. He just said to me that'll probably be the last trophy I win as well, and I'll be perfectly honest with him. He's probably 100% correct in that appraisal. Right, Laura's going to join me on stage now, and we're just going to talk about the night. I'll just bring you over here, Laura, just to talk about what we've seen this evening. Well, we were wondering who the last person was going to be to hold that trophy aloft. Well, it's a man who's been there and done it a couple of times before. Steve West, hat-trick now.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased for him, and he really did play probably his best starts right at the end there. He just looked super relaxed. He'd been there before, he knew what he had to do, and he just, you know, absolutely simply Steve West that was.
We said this week, and we've praised so many times this week, how Steve West, in big situations, in big scenarios, has been able to come up with big moments, and he did so again tonight.
He did so in such a relaxed manner. I don't think I've ever seen a MODUS Super Series final so relaxed, hitting double 15 to leave 170s, hitting tops, blind 180s. And it was done in the players' area. He looked just super relaxed. Sometimes when you have a win against Justin Hood in the semi-final, he said, I should have been home. You relax, you think it's mine tonight, and you put a performance, and Reece just didn't turn up in the final.
So, Steve West into Champions Week. He's the last player there. How would you assess his chances now he's there?
Well, he's there. That is the most important thing. Next week is a completely different week. But, you know, I will be honest, I think even Steve might say the same. He rode his luck a little bit this week, you know, but he produced good things at the right time. He's secured himself a third spot in Champions Week, and maybe it'll be third time lucky for Steve West.
If you're Steve West, are you happy you've qualified now because you're going straight back into it whenever it is?
Look, it's not ideal. And, you know, at the moment, does he come back on Monday? Does he come back on Thursday? You know, them things that to be sorted out as well. So maybe he's got 3 games, 3 days to go before he realises what league he's going to be in. But, look, he's a big player. He now becomes one of the favourites, in my opinion. He's just said to me there, please don't tip me to win it, Glenn. So I'm not going to do that. But he's up there with the very, very best. He's a wonderful addition to what was already a fantastic 11 that's qualified.
Well, I'm not letting the pair of you go because you're not going to be here for Champions Week. Paul Nichols is going to be with us next week. I'm not going to let you two go without giving us a prediction as to who's going to win Series 5.
Yeah, I guess, look, I could make an argument for pretty much anyone that's there, but for me, I can't really see past Darryl Pilgrim at the moment.
If yourself, Glenn?
Sebastian Białowski.
It'll be interesting to see. Right, the action gets underway Monday, 9:30 a.m. for Champions Week. Guys, I've really enjoyed working with the pair of you the last couple of days. Thank you so much for your company. We'll see you both again soon. Thank you for your company, wherever you've been tuning in to us this evening. Really do appreciate it as ever. And don't forget, 9:30 Monday morning, Champions Week gets underway. And if you want to find out when we're live first next week, hit that little subscribe button below if you're tuning in on the YouTube channel. Right, so Champions Week is almost upon us. Monday morning it begins to see who is going to be the victor in Series 5. Well, as far as Steve West is concerned, he's navigated his way back there.